Hello, hello. Is this working? Hello. Yes, this is my voice. Okay, awesome. Hello. Thank you, Danny. Thank you, Rain, for being here. We are just figuring out a little bit more, and then we'll be getting ready to start soon. Sorry about the delay. There was some technical issues, but I think we got it now. Hello, Miss Betty Blue. Hello, hello, hello. Um, I'm going to just quick shove a bunch of nachos in my face and then we're gonna get started, okay? So everybody just hold tight. Give me like a tight 5 and I'll be right back. Feel free in the chat to talk and stuff like that while I shove my mouth. No bad timing, Rain, don't worry. All I said was, like, my food just came. Well, not came, but Z just finished the dinner, so I'm just gonna quick shove some nachos in my mouth and we're gonna get started. But in the meantime, feel free to talk in the chat, figure some stuff out, And we'll be there very soon with the tattoo tour. How exciting. This is the most research I think I've ever had to do for one of my things. So
Hilarious.
I really hope. Yeah, I'm stuffing nachos in my face. Oh my god, thank you, Danny. The nacho shoving is intense right now. If it wasn't for the fact that I'd look a mess, it would show you all how intense this nacho shoving is right now. I wasn't ready. I set myself at a minute, being like, this will be a good cutoff for me. And I wasn't ready. I was not ready to start doing this. Yes. Hello, welcome everybody. Ooh. Drink. Oh! Hold on a second. There we go. Okay. My soda's just gonna continue to... Is it possible to get me a napkin? I'm a mess, everybody. I'm a mess. I had a long day where I was not feeling well earlier today, which led to me setting everything back in time. But we're here, and I'm queer, and we're gonna do a tattoo tour. Yay! Now this is a redemption from Community Redemption. Is it okay if you order me a treat? If you really, really want to, you can. Thank you for asking. That's really sweet of you. If you really, really want to, you can. I would honestly prefer it wait for Wednesday when I'm doing the... I know you can't watch on Wednesdays though, but Wednesday would be a great one because I won't be talking as much, so I'll be able to eat. Or Friday, but if you really want to get one today, you can. I guess I would just prefer maybe... Okay, is that okay? Okay, thank you. Yes. It's like, I love that you all want to buy me this food, but this is one where I'm going to be talking a whole lot. So, and I do want to say, Rain, I know you are on moderator duty. Well, you're a moderator. Z is also a moderator. Just because we are on the just chatting one, I just want to make sure that we have moderators at the go in case something happens. So I know it happened to us once before when I was doing a choose your own adventure and stuff like that. Anyway, so hello and welcome to my stream tonight. Oh, there's a big plate of nachos and I can't eat them. I might eat them in between. We'll see. My wife made an amazing huge tray of nachos. The time got away from us today, but okay. La la la. Hello, welcome. I marked this as a chill stream, so we're gonna try to be chill tonight. This is a tattoo tour. This was a community goal of redemption, and oh, thank you for hosting, Rain. Thank you. This is like I said, this was a community goal of redemption, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna talk through all of my tattoos. Eat nachos, no judgment here. Nothing chill than eating nachos. They're very hard. They're the big chips, so I have to like really shove them in my mouth. It's very I feel like there's a cartoon where the thing shoves a bunch of stuff in its mouth and then its cheeks are really big and it's just like stuff is dripping out of its mouth. I don't know which one that is. I visualize it, but I cannot place which one it is. Anyway, so this is a tattoo tour. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna talk through my tattoos. As I was advertising this, I said I'm gonna talk about like when, where, like both the location I got it and like where on my body, any interesting facts and like why. And as I sat down, like I said, this is the one I had to do the most research on. Because I had to like look up some of these, a lot of these tattoo stores don't exist anymore. I don't know where all of them even are. I tried to find what I could. It was really interesting. I like wrote down all of my tattoos and I had to start at the beginning and then start at the end and try to get to the middle. This is not going to be completely factual. I tried as best as I could to remember when and where. I realize there's a phone number on the back of this card, so I don't want to show that off. I tried to remember. And I forget, Danny, did you want to make your guess of how many? I guessed, I counted yesterday, and then I counted today, and I counted one less. I don't know where one of my tattoos went. This is one of the things. I have tattoos all over my body, and I often forget where they are, or sometimes even what they are. What did I tell you before? The back tattoos, I always, this is 24. It's 23. It's 23. I thought it was 21, and then I thought it was 22, and then yesterday I counted, and I counted 24, And today when I wrote them out, I could only come up with 23. I don't know where that other tattoo went. It's a mystery tattoo. I don't know. It's wild. It's wild. 27. You're all guessing now. I think I have 23 tattoos. I can't remember. Okay, anyway. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go through them and we're going to, no, that's what it is. The back ones, for a while, once I got my back tattoos, I always forget about this one on my side because I can't really ever see it. The ones on like the outsides of my legs, I don't really see as much. One of the interesting things when you get tattoo, it's a magical tattoo. One of the things when you get tattoos after a while is you kind of forget about them until you see them. Or at least with me, because now that I have 23, there's that. So yeah, I'm just gonna kind of go through them. The ones, some of them I'll be able to just like hold up to the camera for you, and that'll be great. Some of the other ones I can't because they're in parts of my body I can't show easily, or specifically all of the ones on like near my feet, because Twitch has a rule about no feet on Twitch. You foot fetishists, yeah, they caught ya. So I have photos of some of them, and I also have like the Instagram accounts for some of these artists. So if you want to look up some of their artwork, you can do it. The one thing I do, let me bring it up here. We're going to come back to that. Okay. I do want to thank this person right here. So this is my friend Andreas. He sometimes shows up here as Lego Mojo or Lego Mojo. He runs this Instagram. It went inactive during COVID, and I don't know if he's going to bring it back. I hope he will. It's called Permanent Decisions, and it is an Instagram where he interviews people who have tattoos. He'll photograph a bunch of their tattoos. You get interviewed about one specific tattoo, and it gets transcribed and puts in the caption, but then it also ends with a photo of the person. So some of the photos you're going to see tonight are going to be from him. And the photos he took of my tattoos, because he took some really nice ones with a really good crisp camera. Some of these are not great because they're me on my phone taking really old tattoos that are they themselves very blurry. So what's this? I'm just imagining a roving Twitch moderator popping into people's streams saying, I better not see anything in the stream. They were strict about it. I mean, hey, sex work is work, and those people were doing what they could with a platform, and I credit them for that hustle. So tattoos. I have always been a person who was into body modification in some sort. I really always wanted to dye my hair as a kid. I wasn't allowed to. I snuck it in when I could, in lots of creative ways. I believe I got my first piercing when I was, I got my ears pierced as a kid, but I think I got like extra piercings when I was like 18 and 19 and stuff like that. My mom really didn't want me to get tattoos. I got my first tattoo at 18. And I'll tell that story later, but I was always really into personalizing my body in fun ways and fun creative ways and artsy ways and stuff like that. Like when I wasn't allowed to dye my hair, I used to, hello, Red Fox. I used to like use peroxide to bleach it. There's a very funny story where I used peroxide to lighten my hair so I could try to get it more blonde. And I had it in a spray bottle in the bathroom, and my dad's hair started looking a lot lighter over time. And what we didn't realize is that because he would have like this flyaway hair, so he would like in the morning spray it and brush his hair, and he was just like spraying peroxide on his hair every morning. So I got caught with that one. When I went to Girl Scout camp, or I worked at Girl Scout camp, we'd have tie-dye. I'd always take some of the tie-dye and put it in my hair, because I'd be like, oh, it got on my hair. What can I do? Now my hair is blue. I did Kool-Aid. I did like all of the things to do it. And then when I was 18 and I left the house to go to college, I was like, haha, I'm dyeing my hair. Haha, I'm getting piercings. Haha, I'm getting tattoos. You know, I was the rebellious second child, the rebellious baby. So, I got my first tattoo when I was 18. And the story behind this is that when I was 15 going into 16, or 15 or 16, I worked at a Girl Scout camp. Girl Scout camps were a big part of my life. I started going when I was 6. I continued to go, and then I started working at them when I was 15, and I continued to work at them until I was 22. So if you do that math, that's like 16 years or 17 years in the Girl Scout camp system. If it wasn't for the fact that you have to be gone for an entire summer, I would still work at them. I love them. They were super pivotal in the person that I am, my ability to speak in public, my artsy side, my coming out as queer. Girl Scout camps where got a lot of summer girlfriends, things like that. So my people, do I even so when I was 15 or 16, there was this woman, there's this woman, Bubby Mo. Everybody at camp gets a camp name. My camp name was Jester, which is, makes sense. But this woman, Bubby Mo was a long-term camp person as well. She had been a camper as a kid. She was a foster child. She was a camper as a kid, and eventually started working there as a counselor and just continued to work there. And when I got to work there for my first couple of summers, I worked in the kitchen staff. And she was the cook. She's the head cook. So I work under her. And she became like a huge mentor and a huge person to me. She was this lasting impact on it. And then I don't remember if it was after the first summer or after the second summer. We're going to deny that one. After the first summer or the second summer, she unfortunately died in a fire. It was very peaceful, apparently, but she died, and it left this huge impact on a lot of the camp people. Thank you. It left a huge impact on the camping community that I worked at and stuff like that. Because like I said, she was whoa. Okay. We're gonna, thank you for that. And during a sad story too. And for those of you who don't know, we just had to block a person who was just saying a lot of obscenities. So she passed away. So a lot of us, she was an artist. That was one of the things, is that she was this very artsy person. She was really cool. She was like in the punk scene of where I grew up in the Lehigh Valley of Pennsylvania. She's just badass. She's a really badass woman. She wrote a lot of poetry and she did a lot of art. And so after she passed away, her foster mother and the camp people went through all of her notebooks, and we put a lot of her art for all of the staff to have access to so we could use it. So a bunch of us got tattoos of her artwork. So that is where my first one comes from. This first tattoo was accompanied on a poem she wrote called Strong Women. Oh, I wonder if I can find it. I might have it saved in my thing here. Let's see. It'd be far back if I have it saved here. See, this is the research I should have been doing. Let's see. Oh yeah, it'd be pretty far back if I have it here. Okay. So this one, like I said, was, and it's also she went to the same high school that I did growing up, which was really, nice. And so one of my teachers in high school was friends with her, and so he had her artwork hanging up, so I took that and photocopied it and sent it to the camp people. So this was her poem. It's called Strong Women by Jamie Bubby Mo. It says, "For the women whose kindness was stronger than the world that weighed them down, for the women who believed in me when I didn't even for the women who believed in me when I didn't even know I was someone to believe in, for the women whose wills persevered even my most explosive fits with only patience. For these women, I will be me." Okay. So that's the little poem. So there was a little doodle. I can post that. I'll put it in the Discord after this, in case people want to read it or something like that. But, that was one that was read at the funeral and stuff like that. So a bunch of us got tributes of her with her artwork. So that was one of the poems that I had, and it had this little drawing of a woman next to it. So I'm going to bring it up. So this is my first tattoo. Yep. Okay. It was this one. Let me move it a little bit. So you can see, that's her actual signature on the bottom there. That went with the artwork. So J Mo for Jamie or Bubby Mo. So it's this kind of amorphous, I mean, you can see it here, right? You can see it here. This hippie, curvy lady kind of figure. And I got it. It's on my inner right foot. right next to my inner ankle on my right foot. And I love it. The one thing that's awkward, and I feel okay talking about this because I've had to talk about it a lot. The unfortunate thing is that the top does look very phallic, and it's a thing I'm aware of. You're not giving me a diss or hurting me in any way if you say it. It looks very phallic. When I wear athletic socks, it just shows like the boobs and the head, so it looks very phallic. And from the side, people say it looks like a penis rocket. Like, it's, you know, it's one of those things. I understand it. I've had it now for almost 20 years. So it's like, it's a thing I've come to terms with. It has a lot of meaning for me. I've actually had this touched up once before, just to kind of try to sharpen it. It's a pretty small tattoo. I'd say it's like, the top part there is like the size of a quarter, and then the bottom part is like 2/4, right? So it's maybe like 3/4 tall. So it's very small. I wanted to get it smaller because I was scared of tattoos, and I was getting all of my tattoos in the early things are in spots that could be easily covered up, because I was told I wouldn't be able to get a job, and stuff like that. So it's like my inner ankle. It was a hard part to tattoo. They couldn't make it any smaller. So this was my first tattoo. So like I said, I got this when I was 18. I got it with camp stuff. Yeah, it has a lot of meaning to me, and it's one of those nice things that even when people were like questioning what it was nice because I got to talk about this person who was really important and wonderful to me. And you know, it's a tribute tattoo. You know, now that we've talked about that I have 23, maybe 24 tattoos, I always feel like for a lot of people, the first one has to carry a lot of meaning. The allegory I say is that tattoos are kind of like virginity for a lot of people. That like the first one, like, I want the mood to be right, and it has to have a lot of meaning, and it has to be beautiful, and like I'm gonna cry during it, and it's gonna be so important to me. And like getting that first one feels like such a big step. And then after you have like 12 of them, you're just like, oh, that looks cool. Sure, let's do that, right? Like it loses a lot of the emotional weight over time. But this one is still a very emotional one for me. It's still very important. And like I said, I've had the people make the jokes about it and stuff like that, and I don't mind it. At some point I thought about maybe adding like arms to it, but I kind of feel like it's her artwork and I want to stick with her artwork. So, you know, we're going to go with that. I already think I put these in the wrong order. So I'm going to skip to my next one, which I think is this one. So this one right here is, let me cover it. So, okay. This one right here is right here on my side. So it runs right under my armpit area right here. So you really only see it for like burlesque stuff, or if I'm at the beach, you can maybe see it. But otherwise it's one that stays pretty hidden. It's the one I forget about a lot because it's in a spot on my body I can't ever really see. So go back to it. So this is once again a camp inspired one. The Girl Scout camp that I worked at had this big wood carved sign in the dining hall that said, "Speak kind words, receive kind echoes." And I always thought that was so beautiful. So at the Girl Scout camp that I worked at, you worked Sunday morning through Friday night. So you had like Friday night off, Saturday, and like a little bit of Sunday morning off. And we had these international staff that were coming from all over the country to come work at this camp as part of this like exchange, which was really cool. Because that meant I got to, like, growing up, I got, you know, camp counselors that were from England and South Africa and Australia and New Zealand and Poland and kind of like all over the place. And mostly English speaking, but there were some non-English speaking ones as well. Or English speaking countries, I should say. So during the weekends, did that one hurt? The one under my thing? The one on the foot hurt close to my ankle bone. This one didn't really hurt. Although it's kind of on the ribs, it's fleshy enough that it didn't really hurt that much. So the international staff didn't have homes to go to on the weekend, so sometimes they would just stay at the camp. But a lot of times a counselor or something like that would like take a bunch of them, or take one of them for the weekend, or take them home, or we would go on a trip or something like that. So this was a weekend. I was like, oh, you can all stay like at my house, like come on over, like stay at my mom's house, because I think I was like 19. So this is a weekend we all decided we were gonna go get tattoos this weekend to commemorate this trip. And we went to the place. The place is called Showtime Tattooing. It no longer exists. The artist that was there, this was one of the things I had to research. His name is, maybe I won't say his name because I'm about to tell a funny story about it. So he opened up the shop on the weekend for us and was like, this is definitely when I was 19. Yes, because I had already met my friend Aaron. He opened up the shop on the weekend, like just for us, and let us all in the morning because there was like 7 of us getting tattoos. It was this marathon tattoo thing. And so I had the speak kind words, receive kind echoes. I hadn't like printed it out in what font I wanted or anything like that. And so he typed it into the computer. And do you all know how the tattooing process works? Should I quickly go over how the tattooing process works? I'll eat a nacho while you answer. Oh god, I'm gonna shove this nacho in my mouth. Do you all know how the tattooing process works? Is what I'm asking. Because I can go over it. Nacho, yeah. Okay, cool. So the way it typically goes is you go in, I mean, it's different. If you're just getting flash, they'll pull it down and they'll photocopy it onto like a piece of transfer paper, which is like this paper that has, when you get it wet, it transfers the image onto whatever you're doing. But then you can wash it off later. So, you know, if you're just getting some kind of design, you can just say like, cool, I want, I want a horse. And they'll like look up a bunch of pictures of horses, or maybe they'll draw one and then they like put it on this transfer paper, clean off, shave off wet part of your body, wash it, shave all the hairs off that area, wet it again, lay the transfer on it. It almost feels like tissue paper. Kind of push it down, pull it off. It sets there. You say, this looks good, or I want it changed, or, something like that. If they need to change it, they wash it off. And if not, they let it dry, and then they'll tattoo, so they have a guide while they are tattooing. So they're not doing it freehand. Some people tattoo freehand. If you don't have your design and you go in, a lot of times you like talk to the artist, they come up with what they're gonna do, and then you set like a future one, or they say like, come back, in an hour or so, and we'll figure it out from there. So this one was, I came into the tattoo shop and I said, this is the phrase I want. I haven't really thought of like the font I want or the script I want. So he just like typed it into like a Word document and showed it a couple of different fonts. And I was like, that one's pretty cool. Here, I can bring it back up so you can see it. I was like, that one looks pretty cool. That's kind of close to like the design that's on this big banner thing. And so he like prints it out. And then one of the other counselors like leaned over to me and was just like, I think the word receive is spelled wrong. He had done RECIEVE. And we like had to look it up. And this was before like smartphones were like super, you didn't really have internet on your phone or anything like that. And we looked at it and we're like, we think that's wrong. And he put the spell check on and it was wrong. So he corrected it and he's like, oh, I guess I should keep spell check on all the time on this computer. That'll save a lot of problems. And we're like, ha 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 ha. Meanwhile, I was like, oh my god, I almost just had a misspelled word on my body forever. So so close. So yeah, so he like then like fixed it and put it on the transfer paper and did it. So this is my second tattoo. Like I said, it's right here. It wasn't that exceptionally painful. It was only my second tattoo though, so I didn't have a strong comparison, But yeah, there was that one. Okay. So that was number 2. Now for this next one, ooh, I have to figure out how do I share a video off of my how do I open up the YouTube Z? Is it gonna be screen share? Screen capture? No. Z? How do I bring up the YouTube video? Screen share? Screen capture?
You can do a window capture.
Window capture. Okay. And we want window capture. Add source. I don't know where it went.
It's right there. Double click it. Pick the window you want in there.
Okay, not Arcade Spirits. I want none of those. Explorer? No.
Don't. Do you have the window up?
Oh, let me bring it up. Oopa. Oopa. We're gonna get to watch 2 different videos tonight, which is pretty cool.
Hold on before starting it.
Okay.
How is your moment? Yeah. Colin?
Oop. Okay, but we can make it big, maybe? Okay, woo! You're seeing a lot of stuff here. Let's see if we can make it a little bit smaller.
I'm gonna start. I'm not.
Okay, so he's gonna play around with this. Okay, so this next tattoo was a very special one. This one may or may not have come before the receive one. I'm not sure. But my one friend, Erin, who's one of my high school roommates, she was really into tattoos and piercings and all this stuff. And she used to get Tattoo Magazine. And part of it was she saw this article about this woman, Shelley Jackson, who was doing this like project around tattoos where you applied to become a living word in her story. So you had to like write to her. I guess email was, I think you emailed. And she would approve you know, you to become a word. So we're just gonna quick watch this short little video about her. And it should automatically play the sound, right? Okay, cool.
Should. Will it?
Okay. We will find out. Okay. So let's see. So we're gonna quick watch this tattoo, this YouTube video about her and about this project. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Skin, word, make me a word. I want to be a word. Could I be a word? As if I were a magician who could ding. Well, in the middle of August, I published this call for participants in a project called Skin, in which I invited volunteers to come forward to have one word of a story of mine tattooed on their body. In fact, I started writing Skin originally to be included in my story collection, The Melancholy of Anatomy, but it didn't quite work somehow. In thinking about publishing in forms that kind of reflected their content, it suddenly occurred to me that there was already this way that we, in a sense, publish things on skin in tattooing.
Okay, ready, princess?
I'm ready, Cupcake.
Okay.
I didn't think anyone had ever tried to publish an actual literary text on skin. So that suddenly made sense of my story in a new way. I have one guy who got the word country tattooed across his chest, and it's like this.
No.
Part of the idea was that it was a mortal story, that it would die as its participants died out, so that nobody would be allowed to read it except those who are actually involved in the story. And I made a promise to make every effort to come to the funerals of my words. Now, I kind of thought at the time that I published it that it might be kind of an opportunity for a reader to conjure up in their minds the kind of world where this would happen. But it turned out that this was the kind of world where this would happen, and people have been applying in droves.
So, that little snippet there that you got to watch was what I was part. So I was part of this Skin Immortal work project. Like I said, I think this was when I was like 19. Yeah, I think it was like around when I was 19. So it was around the same time I got the speak kind words, receive kind echoes. So part of the thing was, like I said, you found this, you applied, you agreed to the stipulations, and then you were given a word. And if you liked the word, you got it. If you didn't like the word, you didn't have to get it, but you could not get another word. You were assigned a word. You were a carrier of this word. And it was risky. So like, and some people would have punctuation attached to their words, which was interesting too, because the idea was that you submitted a photo of it and then she would piece them all together and it would be the book. So you could read the story. So some of them had punctuation, some would have like an open quotation mark attached to them, stuff like that. But it was, you were given a word and that was your word to either accept, or then you were not part of the project. So I got this word. I got the word found, which I really liked. So like, you know, my first two had this really profound, so my first two tattoos would have this really deep meaning to them. They were like a tribute to person, they were a tribute to my life and stuff like that. And this was my beginning of just being like, I want my tattoos to just be artwork that I'm carrying around. They may have meaning to me, they may not have meaning to me, they may be tributes and stuff like that. And at this point in my life, I was like, all throughout high school, I had like donated my hair for wigs. I was doing a lot of blood and platelet donations. So I was really into this idea of like, my body is like a vessel that I'm in, but like, I want to give my body, I don't know, I want to share the treasures and beauty of my body with other things. So being part of this process was really cool. So this tattoo is on the right side of the middle of my back. So I got this one and then I forget about it all the time. I'll be wearing like a low cut dress and someone will be like, ooh, cool tattoo. I'll be like, thanks, which one? I forget. As you'll see later, another tattoo went around this one to become kind of its own thing, but I consider this a separate tattoo because this was part of this project, is part of this woman's artistic ideas. And I want to, you know, it is its own tattoo. This was on me for several years before the other tattoos went around it. So I consider this its own separate one. Yeah, so this is the Shelley Jackson found tattoo. It's really neat too, because when people don't know it's there, when they find it, they go, oh, I found your found. You know, it's cute. It's definitely a cute one. And I think it's probably like, I have two tattoos that are very much like, these are tattoos for other people, not tributes, but rather like, I am letting my skin be a canvas for other people's work to live on it. So that's this one right here. This is my found tattoo. So let me see, let me consult my little thing here. Okay. We all have the tattoo. For those of you, or for some of us who have a lot of tattoos, we all have the one tattoo that we regret, that we didn't like for some reason. Either our lives change, or it was improper placement, or there's a mistake on it, or something like that. So we all have the tattoo that we don't like. And that's this next tattoo for me. So this one would have been, yeah, I'm looking at the timeline of these things. Yeah, okay. I'm figuring out the timeline. This one was, I spent a summer working at a Girl Scout camp in out in Wisconsin. Spent the summer working at this Wisconsin Girl Scout camp. Is called Camp Birch Trails. It doesn't exist anymore as a Girl Scout camp. It got bought, and now it's like a camp that anybody can go to or families can go to and stuff like that. So I was working out at Camp Birch Trails, and as I want to do with working at camps during the summer, one weekend we decided to go get tattoos. And this was my first time living outside of the state of Pennsylvania for a long time. and I have a lot of pride in being from Pennsylvania. My heritage is Pennsylvania Dutch, which is the Germans that moved to Pennsylvania, like a certain region of Pennsylvania, who kind of congregated and created this cultural area. It's like similar to like Amish, like it runs in the Amish Mennonite thing, but it's not religious. It's just Germans who moved to this area of Pennsylvania. They're called the Pennsylvania Dutch because German is Deutsch, and people didn't know how to say that, so they just said Dutch. So they were the Pennsylvania Deutsch or the Pennsylvania Dutch. That'll come back later for another one of my tattoos. But anyway, so I'm out in Wisconsin. I'm missing Pennsylvania. I have a lot of pride in Pennsylvania as my heritage and stuff like that. So I said, I want to get the outline of Pennsylvania tattooed on me. And this is back when I was trying to hide most of my tattoos so you couldn't see them a lot. Oh, I should go back and tell the story of my first tattoo with my mom. And so I was like, I want it on this fleshy part of my, I mean, I didn't say that. I said, what about along my hip? Like on my hip bone. That's a fun spot. And I wanted it really small. And the guy's like, I can't make it any smaller. You won't be able to see the detail. And I was like, okay. So I got it. Little did I know, it's such a fleshy area. It lost its shape over time. The design has like really just like bled out. It's not a good tattoo, and it's the one that I want to cover up with something. I don't know what. I don't know when I can afford a cover-up tattoo because tattoo cover-ups are hard. But you know, it's that one. So let's look at this one. It's there's Speak Kind Words, Whiskey on Echoes. Okay, it's this. I couldn't even get a good photo of it because it's such an awkward area. Most people just think it's a little square. It's the state of Pennsylvania, the outline of the state of Pennsylvania. It's not good. It's not smooth. It bled out, but like the ink bled out a whole lot. It's just not good. I mean, the guy was like from Wisconsin, and he's like, looked it up on a computer and was just like, does this look like Pennsylvania? And I was like, yeah, sure. And we did it. And I thought it was super cool. You know, it's one of the few ones on like the inner section of my body. You know, want to get it covered up. I don't know if I'll get it covered up with another thing that's like Pennsylvania adjacent. I was thinking of getting like a keystone or something like that. But it's such a weird fleshy part of my body. And it's a part of my body that if I ever get pregnant is probably going to stretch out a little bit. So I just have to be aware of that. But that's this one. Not my favorite. Anyway, let's take it off the screen. Yeah. At least it's shape that could be changed into other things. Yeah, exactly. And it's not like super colored or anything like that. So, the next one that I got was this thing called Friday the 13th tattoos. So, Friday the tradition behind the Friday the 13th tattoo from a while ago was that on Friday the 13th, whenever it falls on a holiday, tattoo shops will open up and the original way that they did it was tattoo shops will open up and they will release a flash sheet. Flash sheets are like the designs where it'll have like 10 designs on it or something like that. And you can go in and you can order off of it. On Friday the 13th, it'll typically be like, these are the only ones we're doing. You choose one of these. A lot of times it will have a 13 worked into it, or it'll be like an unlucky thing. So it'll be like a pair of snake eyes on dice, or like a horseshoe or a rabbit's foot. You know, they kind of work with the theme. Different shops will do different things. And when I first started doing these, oh, you have one of those? Cool. It's the original one was like $13 for the tattoo, and then a $7 tip to the tattoo artist, so to counteract the unluckiness of it. So the next one I got was a Friday the 13th tattoo. This was once again kind of me experimenting with this idea of like, I'm gonna go with the flow, I'm gonna have fun. The body is an impermanent thing. Like, let's just fill it with cool stuff and cool memories. So this next one here is, here we go. Oop. No, that's the found. Hold it. Oh, hold it. Was that my next one? Oh, I did. I got ahead of myself. Well, let's look at this one and we'll come back to the other one. There we go. So I went out of order. So this one right here, we're looking at the bottom one, is an anchor that has a banner and 2 little hearts. So when I first got it, it was just an anchor and a banner. I think. I'm pretty certain. It was just an anchor and a banner. The banner had a 13 on it, and I told the guy, like, don't worry, you don't have to fill in the 13. I don't really want it. You can't hear me? Oh, my mic is cutting out? Oh, weird. Are you hearing that too? Okay, we're gonna check on what's going on with that. Okay, it's better now. Okay, cool. So yeah, so I go to this Friday the 13th event. My friends and I were both gonna get anchors, and then at the last minute she changed. She shifted to something else because the tattoo artist she got was like, I did my own flash sheet, but they didn't want mine, and she liked something off of that guy's flash sheet, so he's like, I'll do that for you if you want. So I got an anchor. She got another one. And I said, like, don't worry about it. Did have the hearts on it, but they were not colored in, and it had a 13 in the banner. And I said, don't put the 13 in it. Don't worry about it. At some point, I'm going to get it filled with something else. So I got the tattoo, and it had an empty banner in it for a really long time. And then when my dad passed away, to commemorate the 1-year anniversary of his death, I went in and got Dad tattooed on it, and we filled in the little hearts on the side. So it's pretty small. It's on the inner left part. You can kind of see the bottom underneath the bottom point of the anchor. That's my ankle. So you can kind of get a gauge for it. It's sizable. I kind of wish that they had done the dad a little bit thinner, but it is what it is. So this is like my second tribute tattoo, but it was originally a Friday the 13th tattoo that I was like, as I grow, I will figure out what I want this to be, and I will figure out who gets to go in the banner. So this was my dad tattoo as a tribute to my deceased father. I got it on the inner left part of my foot because, one, I was once again still trying to hide my tattoos at this point. And 2, I liked it because it's like, my dad was left-handed, this is my left foot, I'm left-handed. When I walk, I typically start with my left foot, so this is like my dad walking with me, guiding me with my steps. So, that's that one. I did want to I didn't get to tell the story about when I got my first tattoo. Back to that, the JMO one. Hey, what's up, little Mimo? So this is when I'm 18. My mom did not want me to get a tattoo until I was 22. I go and I get my tattoo, and I go back to school afterwards and go back to college. And I just got really sick. Like, I felt a real big migraine. And I lived really close to my college at this time. And I'm cutting out again? How weird. Z's not hearing it, so I don't know. I can turn up the volume on my microphone a little bit more. See if this helps. I can try to speak clearer. So I go and I get the tattoo, and I go back to the college to hang out with my friends, and I started to feel really ill, and I grew up close to where the school was, so I went home to visit my mom, and I'm like laying on the couch with like a migraine, and I'm nauseous and stuff like that, and she's like, oh, did anything happen recently that might cause you to feel sick, or like did your body go through any big things lately? And I like look up at her, and I'm like, I got a tattoo. She's like, oh no. And then she like looked at it while I showed it to her and stuff. Like, this is literally the day after I got my tattoo. I was gonna try to keep it hidden, and the next day I like showed my mom. So that's the story about that first tattoo. Okay, so we went through the Jamie, we got the Bubby one, we got Found, we got Speak Kind Words, Receive Kind Echoes, we had the Pennsylvania one. Yeah, exactly. She's just like, well, there's nothing I can do now. It's on you. Just don't get more. My mom still doesn't want me to get more tattoos. Whenever I make a post about tattoos on Facebook or something like that, she'll comment and say, no more tattoos. I'm like, okay, whatever, mom. Okay, so Bubby, Found, Receive, Pennsylvania, The Anchor. Okay, so now we're going to go back to this one. So this one I got... It would have been probably when I was 25 or 24 or 23, around that age time in my life. I did a study abroad for a semester in Mexico. This is when I was in grad school. So for the summer semester between my first year of grad school and my second year of grad school, I went and studied abroad through Loyola Marymount College out of California. It was really cool. It was the first week was spent in the town of San Miguel de Allende, which is like the area that has this satellite school in it. And then the second 2 weeks, we traveled around the Michoacan area of Mexico, meeting small artisans in their homes. A lot of these people were like extremely poor. And this was for when I was going to school for art therapy. So we this was like my my cultural awareness part of my degree. Like internal bias, racism, cultural appreciation, and understanding part of it. So I had to go do this, and then when I came back, I had to do a report, which I gave to my other classmates. I did it about death iconography in Mexican culture, think like Day of the Dead, La Catrina, stuff like that. So while we were down there, we were traveling. This was in week 2 of it. We stayed in this very small town. I don't remember the name of the town. I'd have to go look it up. But the town had a museum in it, which was a museum of their folk arts. So it was a lot of like the indigenous people's pottery and their artworks and stuff like that. And on one of the plates was this very beautiful like fern design. And it was just this solid black design, very filled in, but I became so enamored with it. I had like my sketchbook with me. And I sat down in the museum and I like tried to sketch it as exact as I could to fit it. And I just became like so overwhelmed with it. And I don't know why to this day, but it really just struck me as being so beautiful. So when I came back, I was like, I really want to get this tattooed. I had it in like my bound sketchbook. I took it with we photocopied it and I took it to a tattoo artist. I don't remember who it was or where it was, but we had it. So if you go back to when I got that Found tattoo on my back, this not that. Nope. This tattoo, so if we go back to Found, you can see it there, but this one was very small on my back, and I was getting this big elaborate like plant fern thing, and I wanted to work around it, and I wanted it on my back so it could be more covered. So it ended up becoming this. The original was a little bit squatter, like when there's that long plant, the long stem between the bottom leaves and the top leaf thing. It was a little bit smaller and it was like a little bit more they curved it a little bit, but this was the design. And I just thought it was so beautiful. So this is like my back right, like my right mid back section is this big kind of fern. I don't know. I still just I love the design. Part of the thing is that because it's on my back, I don't see it. So I kind of forget it. So whenever I see, even just now looking at it, I was like, oh yeah, that is what that tattoo looks like. I like the asymmetry of it. It was just very beautiful and very simplistic. I like that if you look at it, you can kind of see it as like bird wings. You can see it as like fire. I feel like there's a lot that if you look at it, you can find something in it that can kind of speak to you. But this is this one where I was just so enamored. I'm like, I want to get this tattoo. I love this design. I want to do it. In the picture here, you can actually kind of see where my bra lies. So if that gives you a gauge of like the size of it and things like that. So that was the fern tattoo. Okay. So now we're down to tattoo number 7, which is one that I am going to show you. This is a big jump. I don't know. This is where it gets complicated. I think my next one was this one ghost. I'm going to go with that one. Okay. At this point, I kind of lose track of when I got the ones that I got. So my next one is this guy. Ooh, right here. Let me see if there's a better way to hold my arm. There we go. Nope, this way. This little ghost boy right here. So growing up, I was always super into the paranormal and ghosts and things like that. Did I get to the PA one yet? Yeah, you missed it. Oops, sorry. So this was a Friday the 13th flash one. Whenever there's a flash that has a ghost on it, I'm like, yes, that's the one I want. Easy design. Give me whatever one you have that's a ghost. But this was my first ghost tattoo. And like I said, it was a Friday the 13th one. This was at, was it East Ink? What's the place called? Do you remember what it's called? East Side Ink in the Lower East Side of Manhattan. So I got this little ghosty. I loved him. One of the things that's really cute is I like him because when I'm wearing a shirt with sleeves on it, he just kind of like peeks out the top. Just like, hi, I'm just peeking out here. Right, like if this is the sleeve of the shirt, he's just like, hi. This was, yeah, so this was my first one on a part of my body you could like easily see. This was the one that my mom saw. It was just like, you're never going to get a job now that you have this tattoo on you. And I had to explain that ghost has a meaning within like my family and stuff like that. It's tied to part of my heritage and like my ancestry. So I was like, nope, this is a tribute. This is a tribute one. Maybe I got this one before I got the tattoo, the anchor. I don't know. It's all mumbly jumbly at this point for a while. But yeah, so this was my cute little ghost. Like I said, this is the first one. And this is the one that's going to kick off this ghost theme with my tattoos. I now have a ghost charm bracelet on my wrist, as well as some other ghosts. It was like a momentous point in a person's life when they're getting tattoos where they go, okay, I have to figure out if I'm going to want a sleeve at some point. A sleeve is the word for when you get tattoos like from your wrist up your arm, or like a half sleeve would just be like this part, or like just around here, but like the full sleeve. So you have to be like, okay, if I'm going to get a sleeve, I have to decide this now, because if I'm going to start getting Friday the 13th flash, I need to make sure I'm saving this real estate on my arm. And also the direction. So this was like, okay, so this ghost is facing that if I put my arm up, it's red. If I put my arm down or I look at it, he's upside down. Big decision. It's a big decision. All of my leg ones are pretty easy to explain which way I want them oriented. This one's tricky because your arm changes and you have to decide which way you want it to go when it comes to lower arm. So it's just like, okay, I like it this way. And then I kind of quickly realized that that means that like all the tattoos I get on this arm have to kind of face this. They don't have to, but it makes more sense for them to all face the right direction. So my other arm has them going the other way, because this is the arm. If I ever get a sleeve, it's going to be this arm. So everything can go down. But anyway, so I got this little ghosty boy. This is making me really want to go for next. I know, I'm so thirsty right now. Jones in for my next tattoo. There was right during like COVID hit in March, and there was a Friday the 13th in March. And the tattoo shops, or maybe it was April, the tattoo shops were like, we don't know if we're going to be open or not. I think it was the 13th. And all of them had ghost flash. Like every of the ones I looked at, this is when I was living in Philly, they all had ghosts. And I was so angry. There was ones that were ghost cats. And I was like, this is exactly what I want. This is the exact perfect tattoo. And none of them were open. But anyway, so yeah, this was the start of the ghost ones. So The next one, so at this point, if you notice, all of my tattoos have been in black. They were just black tattoos. And there's a difference because the amount of needles on the tattoo, they can alter how many needles are on the tattoo gun. And the more needles, the thicker the line, right? So a lot of times you'll get a black outline and they'll be doing it with like multiple needles, like a thick needle tattoo, right? To really go in there. And then the color will be done with like different ones, less needles, so they can go in and like blend the color and stuff like that. But that's why if you get like a tattoo cover up, the black is so hard because a lot of times it's like super strong. They're really laying it in there as your outline because with the transfer paper, they want to lay it in there and then color within it. So the next one I got was like my first color. I don't know if I got the hearts filled in on my anchor, but this is I have to move a little bit. So the next one I got in Colorado. I was out in Colorado performing at the Fierce Queer Burlesque Festival that was happening in Denver, and it fell on a Friday the 13th. I performed on that Saturday. I think it's a Saturday or maybe that Friday. I don't know. And I was like, I want to go. So a bunch of the performers, we all like went around. And this is when a lot of the Friday the 13th was like different out in Denver. Some shops were doing it traditional. Some shops were doing it. It's like a $30 tattoo. Some shops were doing it that I think this is a really cool one where it's like you pick a number off the, like you pick a number out of a hat and that's the flash. And you can get that for like 20. But if you don't like that and you want to decide which one you want off of the flash sheet, you have to pay like 40. And I think that's a pretty cool way to do it because it's like a gamble. Like I might get the one I want, but if not, I have to pay more. So a few performers and I walked around to a tattoo shop and we found this one that was doing fairly inexpensive. The line wasn't too long. We like put our names in, went and got some food because you should always eat before you get your tattoo. Always eat and make sure you're well hydrated so you don't pass out and you can sit in the chair for long if you're getting a big tattoo. Always eat and always drink lots of water before and after. Yes, always do that. It's the same as giving blood. If you ever give blood, like you should eat a meal right beforehand and then drink a lot of water so your blood thins out. And then afterwards, like drink something sugary to replenish your body as it goes slightly into shock. And then like also drink a lot of water to get it all back in there. Okay. Some places do like gachapons. That's another fun one. I can show you one at the end that I really want. But so I got this little gem. It's just a diamond. The flash sheet didn't have anything that was super exciting to me, and I wanted something that was small and not too much. You notice this one goes in the other direction than the rest of mine. I think I was gonna try to flip the tattoos around, but I didn't. So it's just this little diamond. I don't know. It was cute. I was there with burlesque performers. It felt right to be getting like a rhinestone on my body while I was hanging out with these other performers. Yeah, it's a cute one. I like it. It's neat. I got to choose the color. I went with purple. The person's like, you can choose whatever color stone you want. So I went with purple because I thought it was a cool, interesting idea. And yeah. So that was my little gem. Okay. The next one... Yeah, I think that was it. The next one is a big one. So at this point in my tattoo journey, I've had script, I've had flash, Friday the 13th flash, I've had words, I've had tributes, I've had, you know, all of these smaller tattoos. They're all fairly small. So the next one was a big one. So around this time, there's this show called Ink Masters, which is was a tattoo reality competition show where they get a bunch of tattoo artists and they get given like a parameter, a theme, a design, and they have to perform it. Or they have to do it, and then they get judged on the quality of their tattoo. And you can apply when I was getting my anchor tattoo, this woman was coming around and getting signups for people to possibly be the human canvases on the show because they need people to get tattooed. And they're like, well, someone who goes and gets a Friday the 13th tattoo is probably like okay with the idea of not having super control over your body or over your tattoo and stuff like that. So, you know, I signed the stuff, and then like I signed this paperwork saying I'd be interested in doing it. And then I went in for an interview, and it's a really cool interview. It was like you sat around a table with a bunch of other possible candidates, and they talked, and they're like, if someone got a really bad tattoo, would you like say anything to them about it? Like how bossy are you with your tattoo artists? How like how much will you stick to your guns if you don't like a design, you know? How well do you handle the pain of a tattoo and stuff like that? And they're looking for drama. But you know, so I answered the questions, and you also had to fill out like what kinds of tattoos you liked. So I fill out all these information, and they come back to me and they're like, oh, okay, so we're going to choose you. You're going to go in this week of the like season 2 of the show. You're going to be in this. This is the theme you're going to get. So I think it was like food. So start thinking about what food you might want to get tattooed on you. And I had like all this stuff, and I was really set for it. And then, because they filmed it in New Jersey and I was living in Brooklyn, so it wasn't that far. And then like the week before, they call me and they said someone on like one of the contestants on the show left unexpectedly. So we're down a tattoo artist. So unfortunately, we're not going to use you in the show. And I was crushed. I was just bummed. Because the thing about this is that for the show, they have 6 hours to do this tattoo. So this is a 6-hour tattoo. All of my tattoos up until this point had been like, I don't know, maybe like 20 minutes. So, right. So we're talking like going from, you know, like a small, tiny little ghost or like a little diamond to like a huge one done by a professional tattoo artist that could be really good, really, really good tattoo. Right. So I was crushed. But they came back to me the next year and were like, we liked you a lot. We feel really bad you got kind of like taken out of the running for that tattoo. We want you to come back. So season 3, let me see if I can find out what it is. Season 3 episode. Oh, I don't have the episode number. Ooh, I can't make it that big. So season 3, the one episode that it was called like Villains and something, Skulls and Villains or something like that. I got to be on it. So, it was a really cool experience. I go in, and they had already told us, they're like, okay, it's going to be comic books. You get to get a comic book. I'm going to show a tiny little clip of it. So they're like, it's comic books. You get to choose comic books. Something from comic books. And then they're like, oh, okay, we may be teaming up with Dark Horse. So like choose something from the Dark Horse comics. I was like, okay, cool. Hellboy, I got it. And then like the week before, they're like, okay, it's going to be DC villains. So think about DC villains. And I'm not a DC person. I'm a Marvel person personally, but I was like, okay, I can think of something. And then like a couple days before, they're like, they sent an email and they're like, we're going to do just Batman villains. I think it was all Batman villains. Yeah, I think so. Or maybe, no, there was some other ones because there was a Deadpool. Deadpool was one you could have gotten.
I don't think so, because I think it was all DC.
Oh, it was all DC. I don't know who that one was then. I don't know. Anyway, so it was all DC characters, and they're like, put these in order. Here's a list of like 8 villains or 11 villains or something like that. And they're like, put them in the order you want them. And I came in second, and I originally had said I wanted Poison Ivy. And the Poison Ivy got taken by this other girl. But I got Catwoman, and I was happy about that. So I go in, I have to like meet up at a spot in New York City, and a van comes and picks us up, and we go out to New Jersey to this warehouse for the filming. So it's 2 days. So you had to like, and this is the first time where they said that they wanted to like have more input from the human canvases. In the previous seasons, it was just, oh, maybe. In the previous season, they didn't really do it, but the way they did on ours was we had the canvases got to have a a jury, if you will, where we chat and talk about him and we say who we think did the worst tattoo. And then when it gets to like the elimination round, the judges will say like, the jury, like the human canvas jury says this tattoo is the worst one. So I got to be the person who led that conversation on the show. So if you go back and you watch it, you can see us talking. But anyway, so like we come in there, we like meet everybody. We're like, hi, nice to meet you. They kind of go over like, you were supposed to bring like 2 different outfits, and they would choose which outfit they wanted. It had to be like kind of a no producer human canvas, yeah. Like no logos, nothing too fancy. Try to get plain or like fun, but also comfortable because you're going to be sitting and getting a tattoo for like 6 hours. So be comfortable. Yeah, so I like went in. You're gonna see my hair looks so different. I still have the same glasses shape. But this was like wee baby Anya on the show. So let me see if I can do this here. Properties. That's not the one I want. Oh, I have to bring it up. Okay. Sorry, it's gonna take me a little bit to figure out how to do this again. Maybe if I like make this a little bit smaller. We're gonna play a little clip of it. I can't play too big of a clip, obviously, because it's a TV show and you have to pay for this episode. But let's see if we can get it up here. Oh, here's the settings. Does that seem right? No, we have to change. We're just gonna change the shape of it a little bit, I think, to make sure it fits. Okay, so we can take a little bit off the left and add some to the right. But anyway, so yeah, so it was really cool. We show up. And the thing is, we didn't know, the way they had it is so I was assigned Catwoman. So we go in, all the tattoo artists are there. Dave Navarro's there. He's very cool. He's really nice. Simon Peck was very nice too. And you like go in and you line up and they're like, you showed which one you wanted. They had supplied us with like the artwork from the thing so you could see it. So hold it up, because the guest judge that time was a guy who's an artist for DC Comics. So we walk in and I'm like, Anya, Catwoman. And then what it is that the tattoo artists, the way that they had it is they picked up a skull with the number of when they could do it. Like in the order that they got to pick, so they got to pick. So I don't remember how early on in the thing I got to pick. I know I wasn't number 1. The first person to pick was Poison Ivy, and then there's mine. So let's quick do this. Like I said, we're going to be really quick with this clip. But okay. Oh, I have to have it showing, don't I? Okay, cool. So let's quick watch this clip. I'm going to mute myself.
All right, you ready? I definitely want to try and beat Jimmy. He sneaked out the win last time.
It's almost like traditional, which is kind of the cool part of this challenge.
I need to be consistent in reproducing the actual comic reference.
Definitely have to change these needles out to something smaller just to do what we're doing.
If I can nail this tattoo, then I might have a chance to win.
Okay, so real quick for there, let me play an earlier clip where they're kind of talking about the tattoo. And so we can do that one too. You know, I might not be able to find it. I thought it was here. Let's see if I can find it. There's one where they're talking about, maybe is it later on then? Nope. Okay. I think there's some right at the beginning here. Nope. Okay. Oh well. Hold it. We're not gonna find it. Okay. It's okay.
Maybe recut.
Yeah, they kind of cut up the episodes so they didn't get flagged on YouTube. But so that was the kind of thing. So my guy is Joey Hamilton. I didn't get to put his Instagram on here. But he ended up winning that episode with my tattoo of Catwoman. And then he actually went on to win that season. I went back and saw him later. He worked in Las Vegas. So when I went to the Burlesque Hall of Fame out in Las Vegas, I went back to his tattoo shop and we got a photo. I'll try to find, if I find it, I'll put it in the Discord as my Discord. Let me put my Discord here. I'll put it in the Discord so you can see the picture of me with him after it had healed and stuff like that. But he's a really good tattooer, really great guy, super nice, very professional. He was really quiet while he was doing all of the tattooing. And he later explained to me, so like I said, it was 2 days. So the first day was just the tattoo. And then the second day was like, you came back, they did the human canvas jury where we talked about our tattoos. They photographed the tattoos. And like the Dave Navarro and Simon Peck and the other guy like came in and got to see the tattoos after like a day of healing. Oh, the art done on the show is bad. Yeah. So it's definitely an intense episode. I think you'll enjoy watching this episode. But yeah, he came. I lucked out really, really. I did a really good one. I mean, the other ones are also good. But yeah. So like Joey came back and looked at it and he's like, I'm really proud of this one. I'm really proud of this one. So it was like, we got to sit down. They gave him like 3 pictures to kind of choose from. Some of the artists decided to draw their own version of the villain. My guy Joey was just like, okay, I'm gonna try to replicate this exactly how it looks on the picture. I'm just gonna try to replicate as much as possible. He asked like, did you want anything changed? I said like, let's make her whip a little bit smaller. Here, I can bring up the photo. There you go. So this is the picture from the TV show that they took it, like they like moisturize it really, really well and they take it. So yeah. So he made the whip a little bit smaller, and in her hands, she normally has, like, she had a pearl necklace along with these other necklaces that she's holding. And I'm like, I'm vegan. I don't really want the pearls on me. Can you take the pearls out? So he took those out. And then other than that, he like placed it. I stood up. We checked to see if I liked the placement. I didn't. We redid it. And I sat back down and we basically tattooed for a total. I went to the bathroom once towards the very end. But if otherwise, I sat there like a trooper for 5 hours and 45 minutes while he did this tattoo, basically straight through, like down to the wire, down to the last second. He was still tattooing. He was really quiet during it. And he explained to me the next day, he's like, I'm really sorry if I was quiet. He's like, I took some kind of like thing that morning. I don't know if it was like a medicinal thing, but he's like, I took a thing that morning that was like meant to help me focus. And I realized it made me like a little antisocial because I was becoming like hyper focused on the tattoo because I wanted to give you a good tattoo. And he's like, but I'm sorry if I didn't give you like an enjoyable experience. So when I went to him later, he was like super great. And now he owns a tattoo shop and a tattoo school in Las Vegas with another contestant from the show. So he's doing great. You can look him up. I would never, this tattoo probably on its own would have cost $1,000. And now considering he won that season and owns his own tattoo school and also, so I'm sure this tattoo is like $3,000 worth. So I can kind of show you this. I'm going to be very cautious. We're going to be very cautious as I show you my leg. So there it is. She doesn't look as clean because, you know, I only slightly moisturized her beforehand, but yeah, so this is big. This is a big tattoo. So I had gone from only very small black and white tattoos to this being like my first color tattoo. It's intense. She is great and amazing. She's held up. Another tip is always make sure you put sunscreen on your tattoos so they don't get sun damage, so they don't like bleach. Yeah, so it was super great, super wonderful. So like I said, it's season 3. I think it's like maybe like episode 7. It's gonna be called like Skulls and Villains. You can watch it. I'm on there. It's fun. You can see me. I had like really short red hair and this undercut, and I'm wearing like a pin-up-y dress. I had like curled my hair, and I had to do it all again the next day, so I got back super late. And then I had to like recurl my hair and have it ready for the next day. Because they wanted it to look like it was like all done in one day. So that was my Catwoman tattoo. So after, like I said, that's kind of my second one. The first one being the Found, and the second one where I'm like, I'm getting this tattoo to help somebody else. And Joey Hamilton went on to win. So it's awesome. Yeah, I'm still so happy. So I had another friend who went on there and got a tattoo, and she hated it. She has since had it covered up. And then I had another friend who went on there and got a tattoo, and she really liked it. So, you know, it's kind of it's gambling to do it, but, you know, had a good time. Okay. So my next one was this really fun one. Once again, I'm not sure of the timeline of these. I may be getting these out of order. But the next one was, there was this artist. I had gone up and performed in Montreal at, it's called the Bagel Expo, because Montreal has their own type of bagel that they are very, very proud of. So it's called the Bagel Expo, and it was all burlesque, like weird burlesque, neo-burlesque, strange burlesque. So I'd gone up and performed. And while I was up there was this woman who was selling her merchandise and her pinups. Like, here's her stuff. Genevieve FT is the art that she calls. Yeah, Montreal bagels. I couldn't eat them. They don't make them vegan. I'm sure you can get one now, but they couldn't at the time. But I like bought some of her artwork, and I was like, this is so cute. I love her. And then I found out she was starting to tattoo. This is the thing you're going to see. A lot of artists will like be doing tattoos, and then a bunch of people will ask if they can get their artwork as a tattoo. And a lot of them then, after years of seeing their artwork be done really badly, really badly tattooed onto people, they're just like, I'm just going to become a tattoo artist so I can tattoo my own artwork. So this is an example of it. This woman really did a lot of the cute stuff. And so she's like, I'm learning to tattoo. I'm looking for people. It's going to be inexpensive. You'll see this is a theme with all of my tattoos. I'm like, can I get it cheap? All the ones I got at like the Showtime, like my early tattoos were all $50 because that was the shop minimum. So it's like all of those were $50. And then it was Friday the 13th. I had like at this point never paid full price for a tattoo. Free TV one. So this is another one where she's like learning. And so I get up there, and she had this flash sheet of like mermaids that I had chosen from, because she's posting them on her tattoo Instagram account. I can pull that up here. Oh, do I have her thing? So there she is. Genevieve FT.tattoo is the Instagram if you want to see her tattoo artwork, or Genevieve FT if you want to just see her really cute artwork. Yeah, she does a lot of like cute curvy girls, like little chubby ladies that are cute and adorable. And I bought a bunch of her stuff, like a bunch of her merch the year before. So when I went back, I was like, yes, let's get a tattoo. You're learning to tattoo. Let me be one of your people. She sent me this one of mermaids that she had listed them on her Instagram. And I chose one, and she let me slightly edit it so it's like a little bit friendlier looking. So this is the tattoo. The original one had, she had a mean face. She was like, and the original one was, she was cut in half, and there was a fish hook in her. And so it's just like, and she had like nipples, like exposed nipples. And I'm like, I work with kids. I'd prefer that there's not nipples, like visible nipples on my leg. I work with kids. And I'm like, I'd like for her to be happy. Like, I want a happy mermaid, so I don't want her cut in half. Can we change her face to look happier? And so this is the one I got, and I'm super happy with it. This is on my inner, I can kind of show you it really quick. It's like right here on my leg. So you can see. So it's a sizable tattoo. But there's that. So since she was just learning, this was not, I couldn't get it in color. there was not an option for color on this one because she was still learning to just do her outlines and stuff like that. But I'm so happy with this tattoo. It's so cute. I love her so much. She's really nice that even though it's like on a kind of on my calf and it's a little bit fleshier, she holds up really well, even like if my leg's squished out or if I'm standing up or anything like that. She holds up really well. Like, the interesting thing about this, my Catwoman tattoo, talk about difference in style, right? With the Catwoman, originally I wanted on the back of the calf, and the artist was just like, it's going to be really painful for you. You're not going to want that. It's like, let me do it on the side of your calf. He's like, it's going to be easier for me. I'm going to be able to work better because you're not going to be kicking and flinching and crying, and it's going to give me a flatter canvas to work on. So let's do that. So I was like, okay, cool. And then same thing with this one. Yay! Hey, Chris, we just got some really cute Genevieve tattoo. So we did this one on my inner calf. And yes, let's do a shout out to Chris. Oh, you already got it. You were on it there, Rain. So I got this up in Montreal. And it was a delightful experience. She was a wonderful tattoo artist. Her tattoo setup was so cute. She had a bunch of like little Pokemon figurines and like little kawaii stuff and cute. And it was like all pastels. Like, I just loved it. It was very much my aesthetic. I would 100% go back and get another tattoo from her. She was wonderful and great. So this was this one. You know, if I had to go back, if I wanted to get it colored, I'd probably have to get it colored by her. And I would maybe do it, but I also just like the way it is too. It's a really cute design and I'm super happy with her and she's happy. And it's like, this is kind of the closest that I have to like a pinup. And I like that. I don't think I'd ever get like a regular style pinup, but I like this kind of cute mermaid version of a pinup. And a lot of people really like this one. They see it and it's cute. So I would definitely check her out. I don't know if she's currently tattooing. I don't even know if she continued, but yeah, she's wonderful. You could check it out right there on her Instagram, see the different artwork she's done. She's always posting like flash and saying like, if anybody wants to come do it. So you just kind of have to set up if you're not in the Montreal area to say like, I'm gonna come up, here's my deposit, let's do this. Okay, so that was my mermaid one. The next one, Chris, I'm so glad you're here for this one. My next tattoo was a friend of mine went through a very traumatic experience and she wanted to get a Steven Universe tattoo. This is like maybe 2 or 3 seasons of Steven Universe had come out at this point. She wanted to get a Steven Universe tattoo. And I had also kind of wanted to get one. So I went along with her and she got this beautiful opal tattoo, I think it was. And I got this one. So this is my rose quartz tattoo. The tricky thing about it was that I got this on the show. I got this before the show had even really flushed out who the character of Rose Quartz was. At this point, there hadn't been a lot of visuals of her. I just knew that she was like a large woman. She had this pink hair. And she had like led this rebellion. We did not have any of the backstory. And this specific design is from the episode where they go into the upside down pyramid. And along the wall, and like Pearl tells the story about like Rose Quartz leading the rebellion on Earth and like helping with this. And this is like the pictograms that are the hieroglyphs that are on the wall is this picture of it is a very good episode. Is this picture of Rose doing this, and now it's really funny. I mean, spoilers for Steven Universe, spoilers for Steven Universe, but it's like she's Pink Diamond, and she literally has a pink diamond. You know, it's there, but so yeah, I went in and I was like, this is the design. It's very simplistic, but this is what I want. So it's like here on my arm. It's hard. This is one that it was easier to do a photo because it's kind of hard to show it. So you can see it here on my arm. Yeah. So I got it done and it was done very badly. The guy who was there, My friend was getting one from this artist that she really liked because this is an artist that had done like a lot of anime tattoos and video game character tattoos, and she sought her out. And while she was there, it was like her boyfriend happened to be in town from England. And so he just like set up shop in the room of the tattoo studio she was working in, so they could hang out and spend time together. And he did my tattoo, and he totally did not want to be there, was not interested in it. It actually scarred me at the bottom. If you look kind of like right there in the bottom corner, how it looks a little mottled. That's because when he tattooed me, he like went into the skin too hard and it actually scarred. Like it scarred my body while he was tattooing me. The coloring was really inconsistent. So they'll have like the needles to do the outline and to do the shading, and then they'll do these things called shaders, which is like a bunch of, so if your normal tattoo is like a single needle or maybe like 3 needles, and it's kind of like a point, right? It's like a point. Shaders are like flat, so it's so that you can do like huge areas all to fill it in. So if you get like a big black tattoo, they're going to use a shader to do it. A lot of times the more needles, the more painful it is. Not always true for everybody, but that's kind of how like a single needle feels like, really not like a lot. But so it's like shaders are thick. So he like went in and did it, and then with the shader was just kind of like meh, 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 meh. So like the color was inconsistent, some of it didn't go up to the lines, it was like not great. But I was happy with it at the time. I just wish it hadn't scarred. There's a thing called like blowout, which is when you pack too much ink into an area and it gets under the skin and then it like seeps out, so you don't have like a strong line. It like bleeds out, like fades around it. So I started to get like some of that on it, but it's like, you know, I went with my friend, this is a cool tattoo, I really like it. And like I said, this is the start of on this arm, these tattoos going this direction, because this would be my sleeve. So I was like, okay, so I'm gonna get like pop culture ones on this arm, and then I can have a sleeve that will be like nerdy pop culture anime characters, stuff like that. So I was fine with it. Later on, I'm going to talk about this other tattoo artist, Hillary, where when I went in to get a tattoo from her, I paid extra money and she cleaned this up. So she went in later and like did the line, so the line was more exact. She like went over, but we had to wait because there was a scar. Like we had to wait for the scar to heal. But she like went in with like a brighter pink to really have it stand out. She like traced the lines better so they were all even and stuff like that. But you know, that's a thing. You can go and get a tattoo and it can be really bad and uneven. And there's going to be another one of mine that's also not a great tattoo. And, you know, and that's the risk. That's the risk of it. But I do really love this tattoo. It's a really fun one. I like, for me personally, I like that it's a Steven Universe tattoo, but it's not just a character. It's like an iconography from the thing. It has its meaning to it. It's depicting the battle. So, you know, it's a fun one. I really enjoy it. It's just, it's an unfortunate situation of the tattoo artist, but luckily I was able to get it fixed. And sometimes that's what you have to do. You just have to find a tattoo artist that will be like, can you clean this up for me? Because this other person did not do a good job. And some will, some won't, but some will. Okay. The next one is this little Rebel Alliance tattoo that I have. It's on my outer left leg. You'll see it later in another when I show off another one of the tattoos there. This one has an interesting meaning, and it's a little bit of a sore spot for my wife. I performed in this event called a party to protect your parts. So it was an abortion fundraiser show to help Planned Parenthood. I was one of 2 burlesque performers in it. It was a lot of bands, and then there was like burlesque in between the bands. And it was also like this big event. It was at St. Vitus Bar in Brooklyn, and they had like a big, like a silent auction. They had giving, like it was a charity event, but at like a metal bar. But the other part of it was that a tattoo place was doing $40 tattoos, like a flash sheet that was themed around like fighting, activism, women, womanhood, femininity, stuff like that. And but like similar to like a Friday the 13th one, you have to show up super early to get it, to get in line for it. So I'm one of the performers, but I wanted to get the tattoo. I had cleared it with them that I could do it. And this was over in like Greenpoint, Brooklyn. So my wife and I get there like fairly early. Like there's still a line, but we get there pretty early and we're like, hi, I'm one of the performers. This is my wife. She wasn't my wife at the time, but I was like, you know, they let us come in and wait and I could set down my stuff. And then they're like, oh, these are the tattoos. And I was like, oh, I want the Rebel one. But little did we know what it was is that of this flash sheet of like 10 designs, they only made so many of each design. So there was one that was like a woman with like an old school style lady boxing that Z really wanted to get. And we were waiting inside because we're like, oh, we're going to have you go right away because you have to perform. So we want to make sure you have a lot of time for it to like, you know, that you're not hurting later. So like had us wait inside. So we're just kind of waiting inside and then they start bringing in the people to do the tattoos. I know, I'm sorry, Z. I know, such a sad story. They start bringing in people to get the tattoos and we're like, hi, we wanted to get the tattoos. Remember you had us come in here because we're like VIPs for this event. And they're like, oh, right, sorry, which ones do you want? And I'm like, I want the Rebel one. And they're like, okay, we only had a few left. And then my wife said which one she wanted. And they're like, oh, sorry, we handed all of that design out. And there was nothing they could do. They had already handed it out to people. They weren't going to go back and say like, no, you can't have that design. So my wife ended up not being able to get a tattoo, which was a real bummer. But I got this Rebel one, which was very cool. It was a nice nerdy one. A pretty simplistic design. I think the original might have been to have it colored in. And I was like, don't worry about it. Just give me the outline. I don't want that much ink put into my leg on the night on the same day I'm going to perform. It was really weird too, is that it was done in like a kitchen. Like they had like a portal because they were also selling food to raise money for it. But I know. And then the sad thing is, so I get the tattoo and then we're like, well, I just have to kill time before the show tonight. I don't really want to go back. And so we kind of like walked around the area to see if we could find another tattoo shop. So I got mine for $40. This is a $40 tattoo. Once again, in the theme of Anya does not pay. I guess I paid full for the Steven Universe one, but it was still fairly inexpensive because my other friend was getting it. So they're like, okay, well, we'll just share the studio space. So I got this for $40, which is great. And then we like walked around the tattoo shops in the area and we're like, oh, maybe we can find something else for you to get, Z. Maybe we can find another thing. And all the shops in the area were like $150 or $200 minimums for your tattoo. So regardless, when a shop says it has a minimum, what that means is that you have to pay that. Even if you're getting like, if you're getting a tiny, tiny little heart or a star, you still pay that because that's the minimum to cover the supplies, like to cover the ink, to cover the needles, to cover the autoclave, to sterilize the thing, to cover the cellophane that they have to do, to cover the cleanup supplies, to cover the shop rental, to cover all of that. So it's like shop minimum. Whether you're getting a little tiny one or you're getting a bigger one, it's going to be that. And then if it gets bigger than that, then it'll go above. But so shop minimums were just so expensive. So she ended up not getting a tattoo that day. And it's very sad. But I got this one. It's very fun. They put like the cover on it and stuff like that. And then I performed that night with like the tattoo cover on me. But I think all of the people really liked it because they're like, she was one of us. She got one of the tattoos as well. How cool. What a dedicated person to the thing. Oh, and I'm wearing my Star Wars shirt. So like, look at that. But yeah, so this is my little Rebel Alliance. It's cute. It's fun. It goes on this leg that has like kind of nerdier stuff. And it's a nice little tattoo and it's a fun one. I like Star Wars a lot. So it worked out well. And it was like on this sheet of tattoos, Rebel Alliance, rebelling against the system, you know, abortion rights, things like that. So that was that tattoo. Okay. Okay. The next ones are an interesting thing. Okay. So this is a shop called Body Art and Soul right here. They are a teaching tattoo parlor. So what that means is that in the tattoo world, there's two different ways tattoo shops will work. There's the ones where you go in and there's tattoo artists, and then they'll take on an apprentice. And the apprentice, here, let me take it off for now. The apprentice learns under the tattoo artist, and a lot of times you have to do stuff like you'll be in charge of like cleaning all the supplies, and then you have to my friend Fyodor, who I'm going to talk about later, like had to tattoo on like an orange, or it'll be like a pig skin or something like that before they let you, and then when you tattoo you're being supervised. So it's apprenticeship. It's a mentor and apprenticeship. Now there's also this big thing where there's tattoo schools where you can go in and you're learning from a bunch of different artists, and it's like literally a school where you pay a tuition, and after X amount of time you come out and you can tattoo, and like the shop might hire you or you can go to another shop, but it's a school. Like you pay a tuition, like tattoo college, if you will, to learn to do the tattooing and to do it and things like that. And then the shop will utilize you in different ways. But you're also like being taught, and you have to show up to class and stuff like that. So this one right here is one that's based in Brooklyn, but there's also, I think they're in Jersey City, and they might have a third location at this point. It's called Body, Art, and Soul, and they're a tattoo school. They do Friday the 13th tattoos. So what that means is that you have to show up super early on Friday the 13th. And the way that they worked it was they had all of their students on call. Well, okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. So this was one where Friday the 13th tattoos, and you have to get there super early. Now the shop had it was a newer shop, and my wife went. I was someplace else. I don't know where I was during this, but she went, and she waited in line for hours and hours and hours and hours. And eventually they came out and they're like, we're really sorry. We're not going to be able to get to all of you today. Once again, hashtag justice for Z's tattoos. They're like, we're not going to be able to get to everybody today. And a lot of times, normally the shop would just be like, sorry, go home. But this shop, for some reason, was just like, okay, we're going to give you like vouchers so you can come in some other day and get this tattoo. So I had waited with her for maybe a bit, or I don't know, maybe I wasn't even there. But they're like, okay, come in and you can get this flash. We're going to store the flash, and you just like set up an appointment for another day, and you can come in and you can pay the same price for it. So I like tagged along, and it's just like, cool, can I get one of these too while you're doing this? And they're like, yeah, sure. Okay. Works for us. And then they're like, you can get up to 3. And I was like, I can get up to 3 tattoos? Because normally with a Friday the 13th one, you can only get 1 because they're trying to get as many people in and out. And they're like, yeah, you can choose up to 3. You just pay per tattoo. So they pull out this sheet of different flash to choose from. And they had some ghost ones. So, of course, Anya defaults to the ghost tattoos. So let's pull this back up. So this one was not a ghost. This was a little cat with a little red heart in it. We were doing a lot of cat fostering at the time. So this is in my inner right leg. It's like above my ankle. So like directly above my ankle on my inner right leg. It's this little kitty. I love him. He's super cute. Pretty simplistic. It's just a cat outline with a little heart. And then I think originally the heart didn't have color, and I said, can you put red in it? And they're like, sure. The thing to keep in mind, it should never be that much more expensive to get a color tattoo. If a place is like, it's an extra $100 if you want color tattoo, that's a ripoff. They're using the same amount of ink. Colored ink is no more expensive than the other ones. I mean, I could see if an artist has to lay out like 12 different colors to do a really intense gradient, they might just charge you because the concentration is going to be harder. But if you're like, I want this in color, they should not charge you extra for it. They should not charge you extra for it. It's like they could charge you an extra 10 because they're going to have to take another little cup and fill it in with ink. But like, they should never charge you more for it. Tattoo facts. Okay. Of course. That's a ripoff scheme. Okay, so I got the little cat. And then I got this Boo. So It's unfortunate. It's an awkward part of my arm to show. So this is my second ghost. This is the beginning of the ghost charm bracelet on my arm. You remember we had this one from before. Now we got Boo, Big Boo. And on the same time, I got, oh, we don't have it. Oh, because I can just show it to you. I got these candy hearts. Oh, candy hearts. Right here. That says Boo You. So yeah, so Boo You and then Big Boo. So that now gave me 3 ghost tattoos on my wrist, on my little ghosty charm bracelet here. Yeah, so this is my Big Boo. I love my Big Boo. He's so cute. People really like him. It's nice to have another nerdy one that people can instantly recognize. And I really like my Boo You. It is one of those situations where it is right here on my wrist. So it is very obvious. So if I ever go back to being a therapist, it is going to be a little awkward because I'm going to have like Boo You on my arm right here. But whatever. I have so many tattoos that whatever. It's good. You're going to have to handle a therapist who has tattoos at this point. But yeah, so my little Boo, my little cat, and then my Boo You. All at Body Art and Soul. Okay, so at this point, I got really into Body Art and Soul as a place because I was just like, well, that's really cool of y'all to do this. So I don't know if the person who did these tattoos was in classes or if I think they were a permanent artist at the shop or like they had like a studio. They weren't a student. But I was like, I really appreciate what you're doing. I would like to come in and get another one. So we talked about it with the person. He's like, yeah, totally. I like this idea. Come up with what you want. This one was a Harry Potter tattoo. Luckily, I mean, TERFs suck. Trans rights. But this was like my version of like a Harry Potter tattoo that I was gonna get. So I said I wanted the Patronus. I really love deer. Deer are super important to me. They're like my 3rd favorite animal. Maybe even my 2nd favorite. They're my 2nd favorite animal. I grew up in an area with a lot of deer. Unfortunately, my dad was a hunter. It's kind of gross, but I really think deer are beautiful and majestic and innocent and beautiful. So like that Harry Potter's Patronus was the stag and the deer. You know, I really liked it. So I said, I want the Patronus. So we did this one. So yes, that was the thing we found out. In Pennsylvania, deer are carrying COVID and they're really scared that there's going to be an influx of hunters are going to like get a deer and then when they run up to it and it's breathing heavy, it's going to breathe COVID on the people and the hunters are going to get sick. So if you know people who are hunting deer in the Northeast, it might be other people. We just know about the Northeast because my cousin works in a COVID testing lab and she's like, yep, the deer all have COVID now in Pennsylvania. So real bad for hunting season. Anyway, so this is like I can make it a little bit bigger here if we want so we can see it a little bit more. But yeah, so we tried to do like an ethereal, misty deer. So the thing I like about it is that although it was Harry Potter themed to start, I think it just looks like a pretty deer at this point. A lot of people think it's supposed to be blue camouflage, which as a vegan who doesn't hunt, I'm like, ooh, I don't know how I feel about that. But, you know, I think it's really, the scary deer from it. Yeah, with the human hands. Hands deer. Sorry, my throat's getting a little sore. Lots of talking tonight. You know, whatever. It doesn't have to be Harry Potter. I have talked about possibly like, here you can kind of see it up here. I'll leave it up there so you can see it. I have talked about if I do it, that maybe what I can do is I can get like some blue stars around it and a little bit of swirls so that it looks more like it's like a deer nebula or something like that. Like it's more stars as opposed to smoke and ether. But I don't know, you know, it's a thing I'm okay with for now. I still like it. I still think it's pretty and I don't have to necessarily be like, this is a Harry Potter tattoo. You know, it can be just what it wants to be. It can just be a cool ethereal looking deer. So I was really happy with it. the artist was like really cool, really chill about it. We like would do it and I'd be like, I think it needs a little bit more darkness there. I think it needs a little bit more blending there. And this was my first tattoo that it might actually be my only tattoo that doesn't have black outline on it. This was a big step for me. If you were here since the beginning, you remember I talked about like all of my tattoos in the beginning were just like black outlines. They were like black outlines or wording. That was it. Like no color, nothing else, no shading, blah, blah, blah. And we've since worked the color in. But this was the first one that has no black in it. And I don't think I have any other tattoos that don't have black in them. Yeah, that's it. So this is the standout tattoo for that one. Okay, so the next one is very cool. I'm going to talk about it a little bit before I show it to you, because it's one that's very important to me. If you go back to, it's going to take a little bit to get back here. Permanent Decisions, the one I talked about earlier, Andreas's, wow, so many tattoos. We're getting there. This one right here, this is the tattoo that I talk about on this Instagram. So if you want to hear the transcription of why I got this tattoo and what it is and stuff like that, this is where you can go to learn more about it. Okay. Wow, look, now we can see the difference. You can also see how the tattoos really will like blow out over time and lose their shape. So you have to really like go back and get them done over again. Okay, body, art, and soul. Cat. Boo. Dear. Okay, so. Hello, Kiki Watts. Hello, Raid. Welcome, welcome. Can we get a shout out for Kiki Watts? Welcome to my tattoo tour. We're just talking, we're getting into some of my more recent tattoos at this point. So this artist right here. Hello, hello, hello. Do we get a shout out there? Oh, Pokemon Sword and Shield, how cool. I just played Pokemon Snap for the first time recently and had a great time. Gotta catch them all. There's a really good clip of me doing a mashup of the Pokemon rap and Mambo number 5. It's in the clips. Anyway, or in my highlights. So, this is tattoo artist Hillary Blair. She's very cool. She's extremely skilled. Her artwork is stunning and beautiful. So, now we're getting into the point where I'm choosing tattoo artists by how good their work is rather than just being like, this is the one I want. So I have this design for a tattoo I want. I look around. At the time, she was working at this place called Triple Diamond, which was a woman-run tattoo shop. I'm like, I want to go to a place that... Yes, thank you, Kiki. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Kiki, feel free to like type about yourself in the chat while I'm telling my stories here. And everybody should go follow Kiki. Yeah, having a good night. Yeah, we're just talking my tattoos, why I got them, where they're at, who did them, etc. And the mistakes I made along the way. And we're talking about tattoo facts, about things to do if you're getting a tattoo, tattoo etiquette, tattoo, stuff like that. So, Hillary here, I was working at Triple Diamond, which is in Brooklyn. And like I said, it was a woman-run shop, so I liked that. I actually knew the woman, Shannon, who ran it, and I was like, I want... Oh, cool. Yeah. If we want to go back and see it. My boo tattoo. Ah. I got a lot of nerdy tattoos. We're getting to some more of them now. So yeah, I want a female tattoo artist. I want a female run shop. Like, let's do this. Let's start being more specific with who I'm getting my tattoos from, unless it's, Friday the 13th tattoo. So Hillary was really good. Her stuff is really, really beautiful. I go into Triple Diamond. I tell her about my idea and she's like, totally. I show her the picture and I was like, but I want to change around the colors. I want it to be like a bit more celebratory of pride and things like that. She's like, got it. So we set up the appointment. Oh, and she was also the one who touched up my Steven Universe one. She touched up my Bubby Mo one. She did a better outline on it, or redid it so it'd be a little bit crisper. So we go and we get the tattoos. So in Pennsylvania Dutch culture, I'm going to take this down so we can talk a little bit about it here. In the Pennsylvania Dutch culture, which, as I was talking about earlier, is the sect of Germans who moved to Pennsylvania, who lived in a community. And it got to the point where they were, because they had lived in this community with themselves for long enough, their language started to shift from German to Pennsylvania Dutch. So they were like spelling things differently and pronouncing things differently. Keister, Anya Keister, Keister being like a Pennsylvania Dutch term, like German Pennsylvania Dutch term and stuff like that. So out in Pennsylvania Dutch country, there's this thing called hex signs. So they are typically symmetrical. Sometimes they're not. Sometimes they're like mirror images. And the idea is that you put them on your barn or you put them on your house, and it's to ward off curses, like a hex from like a witch. Like hex signs, it kind of prevents you from a curse being put on your barn and ruining your livestock, or a curse on your household or something like that. So these things. So I grew up seeing a lot of hex signs at a lot of the places I went to. Hex signs being hung up in my home just for the artwork of it. And I was like, I want to get this. So I had been an art therapist at this point, and there's a lot to be said about the mandala. If you go back, I used to do mandala coloring streams like a year or so ago. Rain, you were there for some of those. The sacred circle. I'm going to get a little woo for a second, everybody, but mandalas are typically circular things. They're typically like a fractional pattern, right? Those are really early on. Yeah, Chris, you did one with me, actually. I think we did like a live one together. That's how long I've been doing Twitch. We forget about my streams. So the idea is that as an art therapist, it's like by containing yourself in a circle and by having this repetitive design, like it helps you to focus. It can help on a more clinical level. It can help people who are like spiraling. It can help people with schizophrenia to like contain themselves. It can give you a sense of like easing your anxiety. It's a controlled design. It's repetitive. It's like, and then there's like the way you color it can have meaning and stuff like that. But anyway, so mandalas are seen a lot in like Tibetan culture, in East Asian culture, but you also have like the Celtic knot. It kind of falls into a mandala design. Mandalas, the sacred circle, is like in almost all these different cultures. So hex signs fall into a form of that. And growing up with me, I didn't feel like I had a lot of culture. I grew up in an area where it was like almost all Germans or Hungarians. And I was like, okay, we're all just like white Europeans. I don't really feel like I have a culture or anything like that. But the Pennsylvania Dutch culture is a part of my culture. It does make me different. The food I grew up with was different than a lot of other people. These cultural things, having like a weird, small kind of language. I have the accent. It's lessened. I don't know. It's lessened over time. But like when my wife first met me, it was a lot stronger. And when I go back with my family, my accent definitely kicks in. The accent goes really close to. Should I just find a video of it? Should I find a video? Okay, y'all let me know if you want me to. I'll try to find a video of a Pennsylvania Dutch accent if you want to hear it. But you know, it's part of my culture. I grew up with this food. I grew up with it. My grandparents on both sides had a really strong Dutchy accent. So when I would go see them, it was like, so like the times when Z met my grandmother before she passed away, he's like, it's like, she was like, I can't understand what she's saying most of the time. Okay, let me see if I can find somebody who's doing it. I will play a quick video of it. Okay. This woman seems to be fun. What is this? Oh, I think I have the Pennsylvania Dutch accent. Stop making fun of the way I talk. Yeah, she seems great. Okay, so let's see if we can't bring this up. We won't.
A little fun today on this Tuesday video. This is gonna be something.
Hold it.
I'm having so much fun with this video because.
Okay, that's not actually a good video of it. Okay. There's got to be some good ones. Okay. Let's see this guy. Let's see if we can hear this guy talk.
Hi everybody. Today is Sunday, September the 15th, 2013 AD, and it's 12:25 a.m. Now, I thought I'd give you an example of the Berks County, Pennsylvania Dutch accent in English around in the night that I heard back in the 1960s. These days, most people speak it not with such a thick accent, but now I'm killing two birds with one stone now, because why? I'm giving you a recipe for Pennsylvania Dutch chicken pot pie, and I'm using my grandma's recipes, wordpress.com.
Okay, I think we can go off that one, but you can get an idea of the accent right there. Unless we're just gonna go. Okay, I did grow up eating that Pennsylvania Dutch chicken pot pie, so I know what that guy's talking about right there. But yeah, so it's like the Dutchy accent. So you have a kind of, it sounds a bit. It's hard because whenever I try to do it, I go into Irish or I go into Wisconsin, but it has a bit of that kind of. Yeah, my grandma's WordPress. I don't know. But anyway, so I lost most of that accent. Like I said, it comes back with family. I still have like this slight uptick at the end of when I talk. That's part of it. And I do stuff like I'll add an en to the end of a words to make it past tense. So if it's like, you know how you got and you've gotten something, I grew up as like I bought and I've boughten something. So it's just like these things that I didn't realize until I left and went to college, and people are like, you say these words really weird. What's up with that? And I was like, I didn't know. That's my accent, I guess. You want me to try to say that? Throw the horse over the fence some hay. Is that pretty close? Yeah. I know. There's certain words. It's like, Max gut. Like to make Max gut was a big one growing up, we'd say. I know. There's just like Dutchy things. Whatever. All of that is to say, so the Pennsylvania Dutch have these hex signs. And I wanted a hex sign on it. So the like little saying I say is, you know, they say like your body is a temple. And I would say my body isn't a temple, my body is a barn. So I put a hex sign on it to keep the curses out, to keep like the bad vibes away on my body from like the people trying to do it. So this is my hex sign tattoo. Like I said, this was one where I like chose an artist. I chose Hillary. We went in, the shop had like $150 minimum. This tattoo I think was $300. This is the most I've ever spent on a tattoo. But it's totally worth it. Like I said, the original colors were slightly different. I liked this one because it had the hearts on it. It has the circle in the middle. If you like, then you should have put a hex sign on it. Exactly. So yeah, like the middle part with like the spirals coming out is very typical hex sign. I liked this one had the hearts. And I asked for it to have like rainbow colors. So it's not an exact rainbow, but it's rainbow-ish. Like when Hillary laid out all these colors, we're like, okay, we have the rainbow here. We're just gonna slightly alter it so it works. But so this is like my hex sign on my body. It's here, if I take it down for a second, it's right here on my inner arm. It's so hard to show it off. It's like an awkward part of my body, but so it's right there. It's like, you know, I see it every day. It's a good reminder. And I love it. I love this tattoo. I think it's an absolutely beautiful tattoo. I'm so glad I paid the money to get it done really well. The line work is still super crisp. Is still super great. And the colors are so vibrant. Once again, this is one that I put that sunscreen on it whenever I'm out to protect it, like this and Catwoman, and some of the other ones get like the sunscreen to prevent them from fading and stuff like that. So I love this tattoo. Hillary Blair does amazing work. Last I saw, she moved to a different shop. But if you're in New York City and you want to get like some beautiful, really nice line work done, you can go check out Hillary Blair. Okay, right. You can always just check it on the VOD then later. Okay, so the next one, we're going to move into another one of my friends. So I was talking before with Genevieve, how a lot of times these artists will be like, ugh, people keep getting my artwork on them, tattooed on them, and they're not doing a good job. I'm just going to become a tattoo artist and then say like, if you want my artwork, come get tattooed by me. So This is my friend Fedor Pavlov, dun, 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 also a friend of Chris's. He is this amazing artist. You may know him from, he came out with this tarot deck that like blew up. Like I think it's sold at this point like 3,000 of it or something like that. But people kept getting his artwork tattooed on him. Not on him. People kept getting his artwork tattooed and it would not be great. And he's like, I'm just going to learn to be a tattoo artist. So I started going to Fedor's. Yes, exactly. So he recently moved up to Salem, and so he stopped tattooing because of COVID. He didn't feel safe. The tattoo shop reopened, then he's like, I don't feel safe. I don't really want to continue to work at a shop that's going to force me to do it during a pandemic. So he stopped. He has since moved up to Salem, so he's looking for a new shop to work at, and then you can go get tattooed by him. I got in under the wire. I got in with very inexpensive tattoos because he was apprenticing and he needed to get them. So I can no longer afford tattoos from him just because I'm a cheapskate and I don't pay a lot for my tattoos. It's the thriftiness in me. It's like if I can't get it on a sale rack, I don't want it. You know, this mandala, this hex sign was like the first one I really paid for full. That and the rose quartz. So Fedor Pavlov, you can check out his work. Along with doing amazing tattooing, he also just makes absolutely gorgeous things. I own several of his artworks. Hello, Loki. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's give a shout out to Loki. Shout out, shout out. There we go. Hello, hello. Welcome. We're doing a tattoo tour tonight. So we're talking about my tattoos. I'm about to do tattoo number 18 out of 23. Triple Diamond, like I said, was doing a Friday the 13th event. So he was at Triple Diamond, same place as Hillary Blair. So I liked the tattoo shop. It was close. So I stayed in line, and on their flash sheet, the way that they did it was each tattoo artist, and he was apprenticing, but he was considered one of the artists there. So each of the tattoo artists got to like put one or two things on the flash sheet. So he had one that was like an Illuminati triangle with like the eye in it. And this hand doing like a magical thing. And I was like, ooh, I like the way that looks. So I want to do that one. So I waited in line and I got to the front of the line and he got to do my tattoo, which was really fun. So like my friend Fedor got to do my tattoo. I forget, is this one that I'm showing? I think I'm just showing this one. Yeah. So, he did this tattoo. This is very early in his career. He's doing it Friday the 13th. He was also very tired. So it's this one right here, which I love. Oh yeah, Loki, you should go back because I do some clips of some of the different ones. So you can see it right here. So this is like the little magical hand. It's a hand. It has like a little magic coming out of it. I liked it. It was very D&D. It's very fantasy. It was cool. So I got that one and I loved it. And I loved that I got to get it be done by him. So it's really fun. So this is my first one. And then I talked to him and I was like, the other thing is that Friday the 13th, they're always really exhausted by the end of it. They've been tattooing for hours and hours. If you do a Friday the 13th, here you go. Here's some more advice from Anya about if you want to get a tattoo or good tattoo etiquette. If you're doing a Friday the 13th tattoo, I highly suggest, if you've been waiting for a while and it looks like you're going to be coming around a mealtime, buy a candy bar or some donuts or something else for the shop and bring them back and say, hey, I got this for all of you. Thanks for doing all the hard work you're doing today. And offer it to your tattoo artist, or like a bottle of water or a Gatorade or something like that. Because they're doing really intensive work for hours and hours and hours, and they're burnt out. They're exhausted. A lot of times they're not getting a chance to really sit and eat. But you also want your tattoo artist to not be like shaky, to have like sugar in their system and feel strong and be hydrated and not grumbly and not grumpy. So bring some snacks. And also make sure to tip them more than the $7 or whatever the tip minimum is. Make sure to tip them a little bit more. They're working really hard. So anyway, so that was, yeah. So Fedor got to do my cool hand. Oops, where is it now? There it is. And I do love it. It's beautiful, and I'm so excited to have that tattoo from him. So the next one I'm going to show is also one from Fedor. So like I said, he was apprenticing. He had to do so many different kinds of tattoos in so many places. They started him on black and white outline tattoos, and then he got to do color. So I have the first color tattoo that Fyodor Pavlov have ever done. So I went in, and he's a big fan of Over the Garden Wall. I'm a big fan of Over the Garden Wall. I said, if you don't know Over the Garden Wall, you can watch it on HBO Max. You can watch it on Hulu. It's a beautiful 10-episode series. Each episode is like 12 minutes, so you can get through it really fast. It's beautiful. It's great for fall. You can start it in October. You can watch it into December, and all of it's applicable. So highly, highly, highly suggest watching Over the Garden Wall if you haven't already. It has a great soundtrack. Beautiful start. It has an amazing cast. Elijah Wood is one of the two main people. And then it's like Christopher Lloyd, John Cleese, Tim Curry, and like other people that you would know. It's so beautiful. Z and I watch it every fall. I like to watch it on Thanksgiving Day. She says that we should watch it beforehand, but we've been watching it on Thanksgiving Day. Anyway, so I go to Fyodor and I'm like, you love Over the Garden Wall. I love Over the Garden Wall. Let's come up with an Over the Garden Wall one. The story of Over the Garden Wall has it's a brother. There is Wirt, who's the older brother, who's kind of like anxious and nervous and like wants to look out for his younger brother, Greg. And they each have these iconic outfits. Greg, the younger one, is wearing like almost like a lederhosen, and he has like a teapot on his head upside down. I wish I could bring up a photo. I'll quick find a photo of them because I feel like this is actually important. Over the Garden Wall. The soundtrack is so good. I really want to do a burlesque act too. Over the Garden Wall. Okay. And the style is really neat. Because it's kind of trying to do like old school Betty Boop, old timey. Yeah, it's so beautiful. So the style is like old timey kind of style. You've probably seen stuff from it. Okay, so here you go. This is a good one of it. Ooh. Over the Garden Wall. There you go. So you can see it's like these two brothers, and it's kind of goofy and silly, but it's also beautiful. And the episodes are all kind of separate episodes, but they all tie together. Like I said, each episode's like 12 minutes. There's 10 of them, so you can sit down and watch it as a movie, and it's beautiful. So I'm like, Fyodor, you love this thing. I love this thing. Let's do an Over the Garden Wall tattoo. So this is what we came up with. So you can see the little Rebel Alliance there, which I've talked about before underneath. So you can kind of get a scale for things there. So you can see, I just showed, if I bring up the thing again. So you can see Wirt has this big red pointy hat and this blue cape with the buttons. And it takes place, like I said, kind of like fall into snow. So we added some of these little leaves to it. And I absolutely love it. I still get a lot of compliments on it. I get compliments on it when I go to like conventions, or I kind of just like, I'll be like, I get compliments on it sitting on the subway. So this one is kind of like my upper calf, my left leg, upper calf outside. So it's like the opposite of where my mermaid is. But so this is nice because it's like two nerdy properties, and then on the other side is my anchor and my mermaid. So the inside is kind of nautical themed, and then the outside is kind of nerd themed. But yeah, I love this Over the Garden Wall tattoo. It's really beautiful. Like I said, this was Fyodor's first color tattoo. So I got it for very inexpensive. It's basically just paying like shop costs, and that was it. And it was great, and it's fun to get tattooed by a friend because we could sit and talk during all of it. And the thing that's kind of nice about it is the artwork of Over the Garden Wall is, you know, it's kind of like I said, like I'll show the photo again here. It's very stylized, like Betty Boop, old school kind of style here. There you go. If I like slightly move it so you can see it there. You know, but this one is like this is like a realistic depiction of these clothes, like very detailed and realistic. So I also kind of like that, similar to like the stag one, where it's drawing from a source material, but it's still kind of like your artistic interpretation of it. So this is a more realistic depiction of this very cartooned thing, right? So if you got like Sailor Moon, but to look realism. Yeah, I love this tattoo. It's one of my favorites. I think it's beautiful. This, like I said, this was also done in triple diamond, but it's more important to know is that it was done by Fyodor Pavlov there. So highly suggest looking him up, following him. He doesn't currently have a shop because, like I said, he just moved up to Salem. But if you do get a chance to get tattooed by him, it's beautiful work. He's an amazing artist on his own, and his tattoos are just as stunning. I mean, it's definitely a certain kind of aesthetic, but as you can see, he can do other things as well. Beautiful work. Beautiful work. Okay. So we're going to go from this absolutely beautiful artwork to a not so great one. It's weird. I don't know. Anyway, we're going to figure this out. Okay. So, as I was talking about before with Body, Art, and Soul, they are a teaching tattoo shop. And when they do the Friday the 13th, they just bring in all of their students because it's supposed to be flash. It's supposed to be something simple and easy. So I wait in line at Body, Art, and Soul. I had the really good experience where I got to get like the cat and the Boo You candy hearts. And then I got the deer, and I was like, this shop's great. So I go in and they had a ghost on the flash sheet. So I was like, I want the ghost. And on my wrist, like my little ghosty charm bracelet here, I had like one spot left, and I was like, cool, that's the one I want. Let's get that one. And I go in, and it was a student who wasn't super great at what he did. He was still learning. So this is the tattoo. As you can see, like, the lines on the top are shaky. It used to be shaded differently, but it was shaded so he didn't follow the shading on the flash sheet. And I got it, and I was like, well, you know, I paid $20 for it. It's not amazing. It's not great. I later went to another tattoo artist and said, like, I think I actually went back to the same shop. I like wrote to them and was just like, hey, I got one of your Friday the 13th tattoos. It's really bad. Can I like come in and can someone try to fix it? And I came in and they're like, there's nothing we can make the outline less shaky or janky. Janky is like the term that they'd use in the tattoo industry, or at least they used to. I don't know. Like we can line it thicker so it looks less janky, and I can add more shading because the shading was like uneven and patchy. And he's just like, but there's not much else I can really do about it. So it's that one. And luckily, I don't see it a lot because it's on this part of me. So, like, I don't see it as much. But the unfortunate thing is, like, whenever I take photos, it's there. So it's, like, one of the tattoos that gets photographed the most. But it's, like, you know, there's nothing I can really do about it at this point. It's there. I could maybe get it colored in, and that might lessen some of it, but this is kind of another unfortunate tattoo. It's not my least favorite. Least favorite is the Pennsylvania one. That's not a good tattoo. But, you know, it is what it is. It's still cute. I'm not mad at the design. I'm just mad at how he did it and the shading he decided to put in it, because he didn't shade it. Like, the hands weren't supposed to be shaded. It makes no sense for the hands to be shaded. It makes no sense. I just wish he had, yeah, he's doing his best, but it's not one of my favorites. You know, at some point I would love to like get really buddy with a tattoo shop again and just come in and be like, hey, for $50, can you just like outline it? Can you add some color? Can you like fix up some of my tattoos? Oh, thank you for the follow, Amaris Sky. But yeah, that's like, I don't know. There's not much else I can really do about it. Oh, awesome. Thank you. Yay. Thank you for coming in with Kiki's Raid. Welcome, welcome. With all of this, if you want to go back and watch the VOD, my earlier tattoos are not at all as impressive. Well, I mean, this one's not impressive, but we're getting to these ones now. Okay, so we have 3 tattoos left. 3 tattoos left. And then I guess I'll answer any questions people might have about tattoos or about my tattoos or tattoo etiquette or things like that. I can also talk a little bit about piercing because there's stories that go hand in hand with that and my experience with piercings and stuff like that. So, but anyway, yes. So this one, not great, not amazing, not my favorite. Okay, let's see what I have next here. Oh no, that means some of them didn't show up that I had put in the thing. Let me see. Hold on a second. Oh, they should have showed up. Okay, we're gonna work on getting the last 2 to show up there, but okay. So the next one is another friend of mine was apprenticing at a tattoo shop. Their name is Nyx Nocturne. That's their performer name. They're no longer tattooing, as far as I know. I think they could tattoo, like if they have a tattoo machine and you really wanted one, they could, but they're not affiliated with the shop. They've moved on to different careers. But like the story goes with so many of mine, my friends are learning to be a tattoo artist. They have to do a certain amount of tattoos and like they're going to be watched by someone. I know Nyx is great. You know, they're going to have a person watching them and checking in on them as they do the tattoos. So I like saw that Nyx had been starting to do tattoos. And I was like, I would love to be one of your people. You know, I'm really open to like what you want to do. I love your artwork. Nyx is a very talented artist, along with photographer and performer, like just amazing all along and like a long-term friend. And they were like, okay, what kind of ideas are you thinking of? So I threw out a bunch of stuff, you know, I'm like cats, herbs, bottles, fire, magical stuff, like D&D, like, you know, I just listed a whole bunch of stuff and they came up with this picture of fire in a bottle, which I really like because I was like combining like potions and fire and I was like, that's really cool. They kind of showed me the colors. I came into the shop and did it. I actually have, you know what? Do you want to watch the YouTube video of this? I did a YouTube video about this. Let me find it. Hold it. Okay. I forgot. I did a video about this. So we could just watch the video of my tattoo thing. Let me see if I can find it. Hold it. Okay. Yeah, let me see if I can find it here. Yeah. Do we just want to watch the video of it?
Big day.
It's 4 minutes 46 seconds, like 4 minutes 45 seconds. Okay, so this was October 24th, 2018. Yeah, let's watch the video. What do we think? We'll watch the video of it. Okay, hold it. So if I bring it back up here. Oh, it's a little out of focus. It's a little cut off. Well, let me see if I can do this. Hold it. I'm going to see if I can get it more in focus while we do this. Okay. Filter, edit filter. Ooh. Sorry, I want to try to get it so it's in frame. Okay, so if we make the left to 220, 210, make the right. If we do 300, let's do 400. Let's do 500. Let's do 600. Okay, let's do 550. And let's make the left here 200. Let's do 180. Okay, that feels pretty good. Let's do the bottom at 180. Let's do the right at 560. Okay, cool. That feels pretty good. Okay, cool. So let's watch the video. Right, the cropping in OBS. Okay, cool. I'm just gonna move it over so you can kind of watch me while I'm doing it, and I'll go silent during it. But yeah, so this is a video of me getting this beautiful pause there, of me getting this tattoo by NYX. Okay, so let's watch it. I'm gonna mute myself while it happens. Big day, headed into Jersey City to get a spooky tattoo. But first we gotta get on the train and get out there, so let's go. You can see this is early on in my YouTube days when I like filmed every part of a thing. So you have like I'm just gonna stop it really fast. So you can tell that this is, I did a thing where I was doing a YouTube video a day for the month of October when I was trying to start a YouTube channel. And you can tell this is definitely a YouTube video where I'm like, I need to fill in a lot of time. So let's do the train ride and all that other stuff. Okay, but now we're gonna get to the actual tattoo. So as you can see, this was also Body Art and Soul. This was just the Jersey City one, so it wasn't the Brooklyn one. But like I said, NYX was doing the tattoo like classes to become a tattoo artist. So, you know, they had to do certain stuff. This is the Jersey City as opposed to the Brooklyn. Sorry. Okay, back to the video. So before, when I was talking about the steps of the tattoo, so you can see there was like the sterilizing of the skin, the shaving of the skin, and here's the tattoo on the transfer paper. So at this point, NYX had placed it on my arm, and I go to a mirror to say like, oh, is this, there it is. To be like, okay, does this look good in the placement of things? Does it fit in well? Do I like the shape? Do we need to shift it? Because they can get like 2, maybe 3 pressings with the same design before they have to print a new one. So this was a way of being like, okay, go look in the mirror, see if you like this, see if its orientation is what you want, and go from there. Okay. so you can see there, at this point they had done the outline, so now it was coloring in. So like I said, with most tattoos, if they're going to do a dark outline, they're going to do the dark outline first. That way they know the shape of it. And also because if you then like put color over the dark parts, you can still, it's not going to cover over the black part. So it gives you a little bit more leniency on the thing. So here you can see they have done the outline and now they're going to color it in. Oops, unmuted. Thanks. Yeah, so you can see so here's the finished tattoo. It, of course, when it's heavily moisturized, it's gonna look darker and cleaner and stuff like that. But yeah, so this is a beautiful, so it's nice is that Fyodor's is right next to Nyx's and they are friends. And so it's like their two tattoos get to live next to each other. But yeah, I love the one that Nyx did for me. It's so cool. It's so nice. I love that it kind of reminds me, it has like a little bit of a Miyazaki, like the fire, like the little fire sprites that are in, I forget which movie it's in, but yeah, in My Neighbor Totoro and Spirited Away, they have like little fire sprites. So it kind of reminds me of that. But I also like the symbolism of like this like hot burning fire, like chaos, but it's like contained. And I kind of feel like that's me. I can sometimes be very controlled and like anal retentive, but it's like inside is this like fire and passion and stuff like that. So yeah, I love that. I mean, Nyx does have or at least did have a tattoo Instagram, but like I said, they're not tattooing anymore. Oh, so spray tattoo would be very cute. Yeah, that'd be an easy one because it'll just be black ink, so pretty easy to do. But yeah, so that was that one, and I do love that tattoo. It lives on a part of my body I get to see very often. The color is still really nice. I have, with a lot of my tattoos, unfortunately over time, they get a bit kind of like broken, because when I scar white. So it's like, it's not vitiligo, but you can see like, this white dot here. It's just like, that was like a mosquito bite, you know? So when I scar white. So unfortunately, when I get a scar over a tattoo, like if I get a cat scratch or something like that, it does tend to break up the consistency of the tattoo. So, you know, it's not as strong looking as it used to be, but I love it. I love that tattoo. It's beautiful. Okay, we're down to the last two tattoos. Okay. This one was a while. This is a Friday the 13th tattoo. I was out living in Boulder, Colorado, and we found this tattoo shop. It was a Friday the 13th. And the way it was working, I don't remember the name of it, and I'm not going to promote it for reasons later. Not my artist, but other stuff. So they had a bunch of flash tattoo sheets. So we showed up there. They started tattooing at like noon, or I think around like noon. My wife and I showed up there at 10 and the line was already super long because this was a college town. This was like across the street from like dorms. So I'm sure that there was people who woke up and like got in line really super duper early. So we were in line. My wife was teaching. So we like stood around for a while and then she left and I stayed in line. We got food. There was like food trucks nearby. So like one of us went and got food and came back. So we got in line around, like I said, around like 12. I think I got my tattoo at like 10 p.m. So I stood in line for like 10 hours for this tattoo. I was the last tattoo of the night. A bunch of people had bailed at this point and they were just calling. They're like, you know, come back. So I ate lunch in line. And then at some point they're just like, we're not going to make you wait. We're going to take your name in an order at this. Like they would take people, once you got to a certain part, they'd write your name on a list and like, then they'd give you like your phone number so they could kind of call you and you could come back. But in the beginning you had to just wait. It might have been that like, we got in line at 11 and they started tattooing at noon or something like that. Because I feel like for the first hour, we didn't even move in line. Like nothing was happening. But anyway, so they had a bunch of different, like each tattoo artist got to create a flash sheet. And then when you came in, you said, this is the one I want. And is there a specific artist I want to do it? And do I care if the artist who created the flash sheet is also doing the tattoo? So I waited so long for this. It was getting cold at night because it's Colorado. It was like spring, but it still gets cold at night in Colorado. So I finally get in. Like I said, I'm one of the last ones. And towards the end, like almost all of the other tattoo artists had gone home, which is another thing of why it like was taking longer as it went on. Because a bunch of them had been working for like 10 hours, you know, like 8 hours. And they're like, I'm tapping out. So I get to the end and I get this tattoo artist who's really cool, really nice. There was a flash sheet that had some like nerdy anime kind of ones with it. And I was like, ooh, I really like this one. And he's like, it's not my design. And I'm like, if you feel comfortable doing it, let's do it. So he did it. And it was actually originally just an outline and he added all the shading. And since I was the last person, I like laid down. I think like Z had already gotten her tattoo. She got a little Kirby. And she like got it, was like, I'm gonna go home and I'll like come back and like check on you later or something like that. Or no, I think you just went home. Yeah, because I took a cab home by myself. Because you had to teach the next day. And I got out and it was like 11, right? Like, because you had biked there. So you like took a bike back. I took the bus in. The buses weren't even running at night. So I'm like, it's late. I'm just gonna take a cab home. Like an Uber. But yeah, I was the last one of the night. Z had already left. So it was just myself and this guy, this tattoo artist and me in the shop. So we like chatted a bit. He talked about like my other tattoos. I talked about the Ink Masters tattoo, you know, like all that kind of stuff. But it's really cool. So this one ended up being from Princess Mononoke, and it's this one right here. So it's the Princess Mononoke mask. Like I said, originally it did not have this shading, or if it did have this, it didn't have this much shading. And this guy was just like, oh no, this is cool. Like, I want to add it. Yeah, I know, right? We just talked about the fire sprites and Spirited Away and stuff like that. So I got this Princess Mononoke one. This is also my favorite. This is the one I started with. I started with this Studio Ghibli. And so it was hard for me to go back and watch the more child-oriented ones. Like, I watched this, and then I watched Grave of Fireflies. And then when people are like, Kiki's Delivery Service, I was like, ugh, where's the trauma? Where's the blood? Ghibli. Yeah, so, but no, I really love my Princess Mononoke one. It's really nice. Like I said, it wasn't the guy's design, but he's like, I'll do someone else's flash. And I don't know this is. So here's the scandal with it. So originally Z was looking, so she got this Kirby tattoo, and then on it was a bunch of Pokemon, like kind of like little chibi Pokemons on the flash sheet. And we're like, these are really cute. She wanted to get, which one you were gonna get a Bulbasaur, because that's her starting Pokemon. But when we got to the thing, they're like, oh, we're sold out of the like not sold out, like we're not doing Bulbasaurs anymore. We've done max amount of them. You can choose something else from the sheet. So she went with this Kirby. And then I was looking it up, and the artist had just totally stolen a flash sheet from a tattoo artist in Australia, because it wasn't like, you know, like my Catwoman is just the Catwoman art, right? It's like out of the comic book. This is someone had drawn these really cute chibi Pokemon, and they're just like copy the flash sheet. So I like messaged them and it was just like, hey, like this isn't your original Flash. This is like you just took somebody else's flash sheet. Yeah, it was, and it wasn't even a tattoo artist. It was just like someone who drew cheap. Like it'd be like Rain if someone like took one of your designs and made like Flash out of it and did it as like tattoos. Just like this little artist in Australia who made like really cute chibi designs of like nerdy anime stuff. So I like contacted her. It was just like, you should be aware of this. They just totally took your flash sheet. Yeah, so I think she contacted them, and then when we contacted the store to say something about it, they were just like, what are we supposed to do? It's Friday the 13th. Like, we're just going to take flash sheets. It's not a big deal. Yeah, and I was like, boo your store. So I'm not even going to, like, mention which tattoo shop this was, because we were so disappointed. And then the funny thing is, then I, like, became really fixated on this happening, and then there was another time where it was a Friday the 13th. I was out on Long Island and I was looking to get something, and someone else was using the same flash sheet, and I like wrote to them. I was just like, this is like several different stores were doing them, or tattoo shops, different shops were doing the same flash sheet, and I like wrote to the artist and was just like, yo, you're taking someone else's art. This is not cool. This is not cool at all. Yeah, Z's Kirby is just a direct Kirby, so it's not.
It's still a copy.
It's still a copy, but it's
a
like,
copy of, like,
it's copying from Nintendo, not a small independent artist. But yeah, like I wrote to a bunch of places and shops are just like, hey, just so you know, like this is Flash. This is someone else's art. This is like an independent artist art. You should not be doing it. And a bunch of them just like deleted my comments, or once again, they'd be like, it's a Friday the 13th Flash. Like, we're not going to put work into making a whole new Flash sheet for it. So tattoo etiquette, even if it's Flash, try to make sure you're getting Flash that's either like a direct copy from like the company, where like Nintendo, oh well, Nintendo can deal with someone getting a tattoo of their stuff, whatever. Or it's like the artist drew them themselves. Be aware of them just copying. I've seen a lot of things where people take stuff from like DeviantArt and then just get it tattooed, and it sucks. Like it's not cool. Like luckily, like my Boo, you know, is like whatever, is like a Nintendo one, but like for the most part, I don't know where this Princess Mononoke design came from, but I think it was done by the person at the shop, you know. Yeah, exactly. The artist might not be okay with it. The artist might be doing it, or it might be someone who does their own tattooing, or it might be a thing where like they say, cool, buy something from my like I've seen a lot of artists will create flash sheets who are not tattoo artists, like internet artists will create flash sheets and then say, hey, if you want to get a tattoo of mine, like ask me. And then if they ask, they just say, yeah, sure, just like buy something from the shop, just like buy something, and then you can totally use my artwork, you know. But so it was an unfortunate situation, but my Mononoke came out super cool, and I love it, and I love the movie, and I love everything it stands for. So that's super cool. Okay, so for my last one here, it's so weird that it didn't show up in the slideshow. Let me see if I can... hold on, let me see if I redo it. If we can maybe get it to show up. No, that's so weird. I don't know why it's not add files. Let me add a file here. Two of the designs didn't show up. Or two of the images. No, that's so weird.
Are they hiding it and unhiding it, or are they a weird kind of picture?
No, it's just... It's the final... It's this one right here, 21 and 22. So I don't know why they didn't show up in the thing. Yeah, I've tried doing it a couple times and it didn't show up. But yeah, so that's also a thing to say, like, if you want to get a tattoo, talk to the shop and see if they're going to do it.
Should we just add it directly?
Yeah, I just added it directly. Okay, is that it?
Yeah.
And then we'll just add the other one too later.
I think we can add it now.
Okay, cool.
And
So the last one is,
I think now it will be.
oh, it's just really small. So my last tattoo I'm going to talk about is my most recent one. Wow, covering up my face. Okay, cool. So let's just hide it for now while I talk. Is this wonderful Chilean artist and activist. So she was a friend of Permanent Decisions, Andreas, who I talked about before, had her as one of the models, and she had started tattooing. So this was during COVID. So this was January of last year, so almost a year ago. For my birthday, it ended up being on my birthday. She was creating Flash and saying, like, I'll do it for free. I'll do it for free. Like, I just want a tattoo. I want to get used to this. I'm tattooing in like my bedroom with like safety precautions. I just want to get tattoo experience. I'm not part of a shop, you know? And so she would post Flash and then say, like, if anybody wants these, like, they're free. Now, she just recently did one too where it was $20. Like, you just had to come that day or the next day. And it's just like, cool, select one of these designs, you can have it. So, she had a whole Flash of just ghost tattoos, and ghosts, right? I love the ghosts. They're my thing. So I was like, yeah, I want one of these. We set the date. It was my birthday. It was really cute. I showed up at her house, and this was during COVID. This was before vaccines, so we were both masked. She had a window open. So, like, you know, there was air circulation. We both wore masks. But when I came in, like, she had like a little tattoo chair in her bedroom. She had tied like birthday balloons to it because it was my birthday, and she had like gotten me like little presents of her artwork. She gave me like some little gifts. It was so cute. But so this is the way to find her tattoo one. If you also look, there's also on the follow me, it has Violenta.17. That's more of her artwork and where you can see some of the other stuff that she does. But this right here is the tattoo one. So she lists her Flash there, and then like tattoo ones that she's giving away and stuff like that. So she is now tattooing again. I just messaged her because, like I said, she had the sheet where it's like $20, same day, come get whatever these you want. There wasn't anything on her sheet that time that I liked. But I'm like, if you're tattooing, I will gladly come in again. I like ghosts, I like cats, I like vegetables. Any of those things work for me. So I'm hoping I'll be able to come get it. But if you are in the New York City area and you like this kind of designs, they're really neat. It's like, she's an artist. This is what she makes. She's starting to tattoo. Let's see if I can get to it. Yep. So this is the tattoo I got. So this is my last tattoo that I had. This is my little devil ghost. We slightly changed it originally. Under the folds of it was more shading. And as you've all heard me say multiple times tonight, I'm just like, don't worry about the shading, or like, don't worry about filling that in. I'm very much about like, if I'm getting a free tattoo, I'm just like, you don't have to do all that extra work. Also, because I'm just like, I want to tap out early on a lot of these. Like, you don't have to fill it in. Don't worry about it. But yeah, so this is like my little devil ghosty. So that adds to 1, 2, 3, my 4th ghost. And then if you include the Boo You, my 5th ghost themed tattoo. So it's basically come to the point where like this, so I have like my ghost charm bracelet, and then I have like magical and like, you know, the Mononoke kind of spirit thing. So this basically, like, this wrist has become, or like this forearm has kind of become like my ghost and magic tattoos. So, you know, like if there's ever Friday the 13th and there's a ghost tattoo, I'm gonna get it on this hand. If there's something that's kind of mystical, magical, I'm gonna get it right here. This has become the landing ground for that type of style. And they're all oriented, except for that diamond. Oh, and the hex sign too. So once again, like mystical, magical, curses, you know, that's what this forearm has become, is my magical forearm. My mystical, magical, spiritual forearm. But yeah, so this is the last tattoo. So like I said, you can, that is, if you want to find her, she's currently tattooing. Tell her Anya sent you. We had a good time, mi amiga. There. But yeah, she's wonderful. Yes, I do have a lot of really cool tattoos. I'm very happy with them. There's one, let me see if it's, oh, you know what? I can play it. Here, hold it. There's one right now. Let me see if I can find it. Nope, that is not who I want. Nope. Okay, cool. So there's one tattoo artist that I really like right now. I'll kind of put it up on the screen here. Let's hide this one. Have you heard the new my magical forearm, right? So there's this, oh god, the cropping. Okay, let me see if there's this tattoo artist. She runs a studio called Haven Studio BK. Okay, I gotta fix this. Sorry, I can't handle how cropped it is. Yes, we're gonna once again, Chris is, yeah, I can do it, thank you. So we're gonna make the left like 200. We're gonna make the right 6. No, we're gonna go more. We're gonna go like 800. Oh no, I want lower number. 400. Yeah, cool. And let's make the bottom. Oop. Okay, cool. So Just Valentine Tattoos there. So it's what did I say? Haven Studio BK is her studio. It is, oh my gosh, thank you so much, Rain.
Rayin Shine donated $24. $23 for 23 tattoos. And 1 tattoo in hiding.
Oh, the migrating, the mystical magical tattoo that's hidden somewhere on my body. For those of you who know, the joke is, yesterday I counted my tattoos and I counted 24. And today I could only find 23 tattoos. So we don't know where one of my tattoos went into hiding. It's hidden somewhere on my body and I can't find it. So it's the special 24th tattoo. Thank you for the tip. That's so amazing. Thank you so much. Yeah, I can throw out my tips thing, which is applicable because I'm about to talk about this thing. So this is Just Valentine Tattoos. Haven Studio BK is a woman-run tattoo shop. It's a queer tattoo shop. It's a trans-friendly tattoo shop. It's a woman of color-friendly tattoo shop. Men can go in there and get tattoos as well, but it's like specifically a safe space. Let me find like some of the pictures of it, so you can see like how cute the tattoo shop is. Or here, I can just click on the thing so you can see how cute of a shop it is. So like, look at this, like it's a wall of vibrators. The shop is like pink and cute. Like here's like a little crystal ball with like Stevie Nicks and AOC and Lizzo. Yeah, it's just like, it's a very cute shop. Like here's a nice visual of it. Safe space. Like look how cute this is. Like look at this tattoo shop. I love it so much. Actually, yeah, like look how cool that is, right? So I'd really love to go there, and so I'm gonna see if I can get it to work. Yeah, so this is the next one. It goes definitely in line with a lot of the stuff I was talking about before, but she does these get what you get. So someone earlier before was talking about like gachapons. Oh, here, let me make this bigger so we can hold it. I'm just gonna try to make it a little bit bigger. So I think if I make the top a little bit bigger too, if I make this like 20, I make like this 20. Let's see if that makes it a little bit bigger. Yeah, slightly. So the get what you get. So we talked about before about like gachapon. Here, let me get rid of it for now though. gachapon shops. So there's a big thing right now with a lot of these tattoo things where it'll either be like a gumball machine where they put it in the little gachapon and then you open it up and it's flash. Hers is like the ones where it's you would get like stickers or temporary tattoos at like an arcade or something like that. You like put in the quarters and you put it in and then it brings out like the cardboard thing that you open up. So she does these tattoos where each tattoo on their own would cost $500. But it's get what you get. So kind of similar to I was talking about some of the Friday the 13th tattoo shop things where it is. So it's you pay $350 and you pull out the tattoo and that's what you get. And if you don't want to get it, you still have to pay some of the deposit. So it's like I think you have to pay like 100 or 150 to deposit for the time and the effort of setting aside that thing. But all the get what you gets are very cute. So far, there's only been a few that I didn't like. So like this one, oh, right, I have to turn it back on. Was like one of them. Like, look how cute this little deer is. So cute, right? Here, maybe if I make the window smaller, it'll. It's still kind of cutting it off. But okay. But yeah, there's like these really cute, like she does some very cute ones that I really, really love. So this cat right here with a little mushroom cap is another get what you get. So, here, she makes like little videos of them. So let's see if we can open it up. So this is all just a collection of the tattoos from the get what you get. So like I said, for the most part, they're all like very cutesy, kawaii. There's only like a few that I'd be like, you know, but like, look how cute that bunny is. It's so freaking cute. You know, there's some other ones, but they're mainly just like very cutesy, pastel looking things. So let me see if I can, a lot of times there's like little video. Oh, here, if I maybe do reels. Yeah, the reels will have it. So let's like watch a reel of one of these get what you get. Okay, I think this is gonna be a, yeah. Right? How cute is that? Let me once again, I'm just gonna play a little bit more with it because I realize it's really cutting off the left hand of this. So let's try one more, cropping right in the thing, right? That's what we're doing. Oops. Wrong thing. Properties, filters. Edit the filters. No, if we want the smallest number, 20. There we go. And the right can be like 20. Okay, cool. And then let me make it a little bit smaller here. Okay, so let's watch one more get what you get video. Let me find one. That was the one we just watched, right? I think so. Oh, no, that's just a thing. Okay. But yeah, like I like, oh yeah, we gotta go to reels. Oh, this was one that was recent. So so you can see what the machine looks like. So you open it up and that's the tattoo, and then it gets placed, and then it gets done. Right? So this is my newest thing that I really want to do, just because there's not a Friday the 13th for a while. I save all the Friday the 13th in my phone, so I know to be able to prepare to like set that day aside to show up really early and go get it done. But I feel like there's going to be another one in here. Yeah, here's another one. Like, look how cute this store is. Like, yeah, so it's like this would be like a $500 or more tattoo. I know, I loved those machines too growing up. So it's like the idea of getting a tattoo from there is just like so cool to me. But so that's like the new one. So it's $350 plus, you know, you'd want a tip. So it's like $400. That would be the most I would ever pay for a tattoo. But it's so cute and I love the designs and I love the kind of thrill of being like, I don't even know. Like this is even a step beyond the Flash. This is going back to like the Ink Masters one of just like, I don't know. Like, sure, this is I guess what I get. Get what you get. So I don't know. I would love to get one from there. We'll see though. That's like a big kind of thing. Like I almost feel like it needs to be a celebratory thing at this time or a sponsored tattoo. But yeah, so that's it for my tattoos. We went through, if we want to go through the image slideshow one more time. Oh, I think it might just be these two now. Yeah, so let me if I go here and I just do it like from directory maybe. The directory. Tattoo photos. Select folder. Yeah, so like let's go back and let's see if we can get it. Ooh, we gotta fit it to screen. Transform fit to screen. Oh, nope, we just have those two again. Oh, no, here we go. So we're gonna start once again, thanks to Permanent Decisions for taking some of these photos here. My first tattoo. Yeah, as we go back. Ooh, remember that one? Ah, pretty. So here's the full tattoo, right? Like, but look at the difference. We go from that to that. Woo! Thank you, Ink Masters. Yeah, season 3, Villains, Skulls, and Villains is the name of the episode. You can watch me get a winning tattoo. Right, countdown? Okay, let's go back then. Oh, but I can't do all of them because not all of them are on my thing. So, but I can try to do it. Okay. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, then 19 with the Over the Garden Wall one, and then it was 20, oh, and then 20, not 20, what did I just say? I don't know. Yeah, 20, or I missed one. I'm off already. 21. Yeah, I miscounted there, and then this last one. Oh, you missed the Over the Garden Wall. Let me go back so you could see it. I love it. Yeah, there it is. There's my Over the Garden Wall tattoo. So my Fyodor Pavlov tattoo right there. So yeah, there it is. I watched, so you watch it every October. A lot of people watch it in October because it does have like a very Halloween episode. The Husker Bee episode is very like Halloween-y. So a lot of people watch it in October. I like to watch it in November because technically the show kind of starts in October and ends like, you could say it ends November or December, early December, depending on your theories on the show. So I like to watch it in November because I watch all of October. I'm watching horror stuff for Halloween and like my Halloween traditional movies. So I like that to be the thing. And then like I like to watch Coco on November 1st, and then Over the Garden Wall in November. So I love it. Okay. Anyway, so that is all of my tattoos. if anybody has any questions, I know Coco. Oh, so sad. Cry so much. Can I talk about when we saw Coco in the theaters? Your reaction to it? So Z and I saw Coco in theaters, and during the ending of it, we were both just like sobbing. And Z actually went to the bathroom and was like sobbing almost uncontrollably, that I had to like get her water. I think we put like a cold towel on the back of your neck because she was just so inconsolable. So like when I watch it, I just like keep a lot of water by me because it's like, it's such an emotional movie. It means so much to me. But oh yeah. But yeah, so that's the tattoo tour. That's all 23 of them, and I don't know where the mysterious 24 went. I don't know what happened to it. I'm just trying to think, like, is there one that I missed somewhere? Now I'm thinking about the tattoos I didn't get. Like, there was definitely, like I said, the March 13th of 2020 when COVID hit, and there was so many tattoos I wanted to get and I couldn't. There's another one that there was like another Body Art and Soul that I wanted to get, but I didn't get for one of their Friday the 13th. Do you have any plans to change the Pennsylvania one into something else? Yes. So for those of you who weren't here, I got this. I can bring it back up. The tattoo I dislike is hiding on my foot. That's what it hid. It moved down to the bottom of my feet, so I can't show it on Twitch. So for those of you who weren't here for the earlier part of this, I got this tattoo of Pennsylvania while it's on like my right hip bone. It's on a very fleshy part. You can even see the crease in my skin there. Like, I guess it would be like where the vicious V on a more masculine body would be. It's kind of sitting there. So it's like not a good spot for a tattoo. I don't know why I chose that. But it doesn't look like Pennsylvania. It's so misshapen. The line is janky. I want to get it covered. So the thoughts would be, let's take it off the screen because I hate it so much. The thoughts would be either covering it up with something else that'd be Pennsylvania. So I'm thinking like it could be like a keystone with like some wheat on the sides, Pennsylvania being the Keystone State. It's called the Keystone State because in the 13 colonies, it was kind of in the middle. And if you don't know, a lot of people don't know what a keystone is unless you're from Pennsylvania. If you ever look at an arch, there's the one piece in the middle of the keystone. And basically what it is arches are built with the pressure. The keystone holds the arch in place because of the pressure of it. So you like lay the other stones and then you like put a thing. And then when you put the keystone in, the pressure holds it in place. So Pennsylvania was called the Keystone State. Because it was like in the middle of the 13 colonies and like the Declaration of Independence was signed in Philadelphia and stuff like that. So it's the Keystone State. So I was thinking if I could get just like a black keystone. So the thing to know with cover-ups is that because there's like this really intense black outline on them, you need to have a lot of darkness to cover up those black lines, or the person who's doing the cover-up has to like line it up over top of it so it doesn't show through that much. Luckily, this is a very small tattoo. It's like, I don't know, maybe like a little bit bigger than 2/4. So it's not that big, but you know, I would need to get something. That's one of the reasons I like the Get What You Get tattoos, because depending on what it is, she might be able to do it as a cover-up tattoo. I've seen one of the others Get What You Get tattoos was a cover-up tattoo. So like there's a chance I could get it as a cover-up tattoo, and that'd be awesome because cover-up tattoos are typically a little bit more expensive because it is the artist having to work around your design, or like a lot of times what they'll do is they'll put like a piece of tracing paper on your skin and trace the shape of the tattoo, and then they will design a tattoo over top of it to make sure that they're working in the lines. And stuff. Like if you watch Ink Masters, there's a lot of good episodes about cover-up tattoos. That's typically one of the challenges they have is a cover-up tattoo. And that is a good way of showing like how a tattoo shop will do a cover-up tattoo, figuring out how to do it. But a lot of times when you get a cover-up tattoo, it's much larger than your original tattoo because it has to work over top of it. So getting an even bigger Pennsylvania to envelope it could work, but I'd have to get a pretty big Pennsylvania then to cover it up. But yeah, so I either want to possibly just go to an artist and get like a keystone and maybe some like wheat, or like I could get some like Hershey Kisses or like a pretzel, and it could just become like a Pennsylvania tribute tattoo. The other option would be going to like, you know, this Haven Studio and getting the Get What You Get, and maybe it's enough to cover it up. But I definitely want to cover it up. That's, you know, the rest of them I can deal with. Like the ghost tattoo I don't like isn't amazing, but like I can deal with it. But the Pennsylvania one I definitely want to get covered. Like I said, luckily you only really see it if I'm like at the beach or during like burlesque acts where, you know, I may be wearing like a strappy thing that shows it off. So that's that. Any other questions either about my tattoos, about tattooing in general, tattoo etiquette, or suggestions or tips or advice? I will gladly answer any of that. Get tiny letters inside of it that says, this is not representative Pennsylvania. I mean, I could do a troll tattoo and I could get like another state's initials inside of it. I mean, it does kind of look almost like Kansas. No, because it has the ridgy edge where it meets with New Jersey, but that'd be a funny one. Like in high school, I used to wear a shirt that said Italian princess that I bought on a boardwalk. And then people would be like, you're not a princess. And I'd be like, yeah, I'm also not Italian. What's your point? You could get the PN1 filled in black except for the negative space inside with the design of your choosing. Yeah, that's another one. Just spruce up the edges so it'll be bigger. Yeah, I mean, that's the one option. But the thing is, it's such a fleshy part of my body. So this is like a thing I wish someone had said to me, is that if you're getting a geometric shape, like this is like, it's a state. The shape of it is the point of it, right? Like if you're getting something with straight lines, getting something with super straight lines on a very fleshy part of your body that changes with your weight just isn't good planning. Like I said, if I get pregnant, like this could stretch out. You know, you just need to be aware of, you know, if you're trying to draw a square on top of a circle, it's going to be hard. Like the curves of the body, the curves of the canvas are going to make it that's not going to look exactly right. So just one of those faces in the middle of the state, you know. So I really feel like if I get a cover up of something, it has to be something that's like soft and organic, not straight lines or a specific design that needs to be recognizable to do it. Like it needs to be like an artistic thing that if it slightly gets misshapen or stretched out or prodded in some way, that it looks fine, right? So that's what I'm thinking. So, but that's that. Yeah. Any other questions or about my tattoos? Tattooing in general, stuff like that. I'm here to answer them. And I will also say while you're doing that is that here's my Instagram. If you want to see a little bit more of me, here's the Discord. After this, like I said, in the Discord, I'm gonna go put that poem by Bubby. I'll put all of them in the Twitch chat little section of Discord, since this is all like pertaining to this Twitch stream. I'll put the poem in there, and I'm also gonna try to find the picture of me with Joey Hamilton from Ink Masters of when I went to his store and got a picture with him of it, because it's a cute picture of the two of us. He was so happy. Oh, the other really cool thing about that was he worked with Bicycle playing cards and did a tattoo deck. So it was like all of the spades were like Japanese style tattoos. All of the hearts were like pin up. You know, it was like they took 4 different genres of tattoos and made it the 4 different suits. And then he did like the little designs for the different cards. And I collect playing cards. So when I found that out, I was like, oh, that's so cool. I think you mentioned it while I was in there, because on Ink Masters, everybody had like a little cubicle that was like their own little shop, and they were allowed to decorate it to match their aesthetic to a degree. So on his wall, like there was some of his artwork that was hung up. On the one wall was two big photos of his wife, but that was the wall that did not get shown during, like, the cameras were never looking at that wall, so it was his privacy, but while he was tattooing he could look up at his wife, and I thought that was super cute. His wife was also very beautiful. He did these playing cards, so he talked about it because he had some of the cards like on the wall, and I was like, oh, I collect playing cards, that's so cool. Neat. And then he's like, oh, I'll bring you some tomorrow, like I think I have a deck, I can bring you a deck of them. And then the second day of filming was just like so quick, like we didn't really get a chance to interact with him, so I couldn't get him, and I was like, oh well, he tried, that was nice of him. But then when I got to go to the finale, so part of being a part of the show was that all of the canvases got to come back to watch the finale to see the person win. So I got to see him win in person, which was really rad. He, like I said, I was like, oh, good luck, because I like messaged him on, I don't know, I guess it was maybe Instagram. I messaged him. I was like, cool, I'm gonna be at the thing, like, thanks for an amazing tattoo, like, good luck with everything. And he's like, oh, like, you know, hang out after the thing, and I'm gonna bring you that deck of playing cards. I was like, oh, awesome. And then he won, and I was like, oh damn, like he's gonna have to go do like a bunch of press, he's gonna like have to take all these photos, he's gonna have to do all this other stuff. Oh well, like my wife and I kind of waited outside for a little bit. All the people from my episode came because we had been in a Facebook group because we had a non-disclosure until the episode aired, but we were like chatting within our group about the stuff. So we were all like, I said hello to some of them and gave hugs, like checked in with them, but then we were waiting, and he came out really quickly and was just like, thanks for everything, like your tattoo came out wonderful, great job, here's the deck of playing cards. And then he's like, I got to go back in and take more photos and like more video interviews and stuff. And I was like, oh, awesome. So I have the deck of playing cards from him, and that's really cool. Okay. And Hydrush 20 2.0 said, I'm getting my boobs tattooed, will it hurt? Yes. The thing to know about tattoos is that the pain is dependent on the person. For the most part, the less fat there is on an area, the less painful it is, because your nerve endings are a little bit more splayed out because the skin's being stretched. And also, like, tattooing on bone, because it's so hard underneath, tends to hurt a little bit more. Or if you're tattooing over any delicate tendons or something like that. So on the back of my calf towards the bottom, like where your Achilles tendon is, that like really hurt. I shouldn't say really hurt. I just kicked, like my leg would kick a lot. So we had to kind of like hold my leg down to do it. And some of the areas kind of hurt, like the stuff around my ankle tend to hurt a little bit more because I was hitting bone. Getting close to bone is where the real intensity is, but thin skin is also rough. Yes. So it's like if it's on bone or if it's really delicate skin. So like a friend of mine who got tattoos, like this area, like if you touch underneath your armpit, how just like soft the skin is, and also how like it's ticklish area was really, really painful. Like this is a friend of mine who like fell asleep while getting tattoos, like really good at it, but she had to she got like a clatter ring around this arm. And she's like, I don't even know if she got it finished in there because she said it was so painful. She was like close to passing out. That being said, boobs should not be that exceptionally painful. But it's going to depend on the size of your chest, like your cup size. But for the most part, I'd say that it's not going to be like kind of touching to see. It shouldn't be that painful. I would say in comparison to other ones, but everybody's pain threshold is different. AFAB people, well, I know I shouldn't say that. Women in general tend to deal with tattoos better because it's a higher threshold for pain. So, you know, you also have that going in your on the plus side of things. Speaking of which, I can tell a quick story if you all want to hear a story. So Showtime Tattooing, like I said, where I got my Bubby Mo tattoo, where I got my Receive Kind Words, Be Kind Echoes tattoo. My friend Erin was apprenticing there as a piercer. So similar to the other ones, like she had to do a bunch of like the work there. So she had to like work the sterilizers and sweep the floor and sanitize the tools and work the front desk and like do the bookings before they let her do it. And then once she started doing piercings, she had to do a certain amount before they would possibly hire her to do the tattoos in the shop. So she had to do like, you know, like 20 ear piercings and like 10 lip piercings and 8, you know, depending on how more extreme that the piercing was, the less she had to do, just because they don't have a lot of people coming into this. So she had to do like a Prince Albert, but she only had to do one, right? So we're gonna talk about piercing. If this is a topic that is upsetting or distressing to you, it might be a great time to tap out. I will say, there's my normal schedule. I stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday. This is not super accurate, so let me go to the thanks for watching. Here's the rest of this week. This Wednesday is actually a special one. It's going to be my first tabletop role-playing game stream. It's going to be run by my friend Kirk D'Amato. The players are going to be myself, my wife Z, my friend Tiana, who has done the Queer Jackbox with us, and then a new friend on the stream, Baron Atomy, who is a performer out of Texas, and they are cool and great. So definitely come back on Wednesday if you like 8-bit or you like tabletop or fun things. And then Friday might be the finale of Kingdom Hearts. It might be my last Kingdom Hearts stream. So come back for those. Anyway, so if you're kind of squeamish about piercing, stuff like that, like feel free to tap out. Thanks for sticking around. Have a good night. Okay, so my friend Erin is apprenticing to be a piercer. So because of that, she hangs out in this tattoo shop all the time. I hang out in the tattoo shop with her a lot. Hence me being able to get these tattoos and getting friendly with the guy and him keeping it open on a weekend for my friends to get like marathon tattooing, right? So Erin, at this point I was sharing a dorm with, it was 3 of us. It was Erin and then my friend Kisa. And Kisa was like, oh yeah, cool. Like I'll get, I forget, I think she got like some, like a tragus or some kind of ear one. And so eventually Erin comes up and she's like, I need to do 2 nipple piercings. I've done 1. So I need 1 other piercing. And as I was talking about earlier, you know, I'm like, cool, like donate my body in ways that will help other people, you know. This is just a vessel I'm in for now. If I can do good and help with my body, cool, I'll do it. So I was like, yeah, sure, do it. I don't mind. I just have 1 to do. So if you've never been professionally pierced, like a piercing studio, what it typically is they have this thing that looks like, think like a pair of flat tongs, but that can put a lot of pressure. So it's like almost like a little triangle, and then the other one is a little triangle, and then it's a clip, so it goes really tight. So if you're getting like your nose done, they'll clip the nose so it's keeping the skin taut in the middle of it. If you're getting like a lip, you know, they'll like hold it so it's clipped so the skin is taut. Think like a crochet wheel. How you stretch the fabric so it's nice, so when you're doing the sewing you can get through it, right? So they have that. So with a nipple piercing, they just put it on the nipple clamp. And it was a really awkward situation. Sean was the guy who was her like mentor, her teacher for it, and it was just kind of weird to have a guy in the room while I was doing it, but you know, whatever. So this was her 2nd ever piercing of it, piercing this part of the body. And so what they do is they put this clip on it to keep the skin really taut and tight. And then it's just like, you know, like, and boop, and you put the needle through it. Like you just want to do quick pass through, done. So the thing that's tricky about this is that it's a larger surface area. So you have to kind of like, you know, you want it to lay straight. You want it to go in straight, like in both ways, like straight across and also straight so that it's equally into that part of the body. And my friend Erin was like very nervous. This was her 2nd time ever doing this one, and I'm just like, okay, cool, whatever. So she starts to do it. She has it clipped. The guy's like, looks great, you sanitized, you did everything right. So she starts to go through it, and then stops and goes, "Am I doing this right?" in the middle of it. And the guy just started screaming at her, was like, "Push it through, push it through, push it through." So she then like did do the rest of it, but it was like stopping in the middle of someone going through your skin. I was just like, oh God. And it was fine. Like I said, I was getting this for free. I was doing this to help my friend at the time. But yeah, it was like, I don't know. Like if this was actually pretty accurate. The needle, like she like went to here and then stopped and was just like, "Is this straight? Am I doing it right?" And the guy was like, "You have to go all the way through." So then she like pushed it through. But jeezy crazy was that painful. And that was a very painful like ride home. And that was a long recovery of that one. I no longer have it. The way so a lot of times when it's like a surface like that, the body can just reject it and will just like slowly push the hole forward. So like the metal that's in will just like slowly get pushed out of the body. It's wild. Bodies are wild. So it started to do it, and also it was like, here you go. So if this is like the areola and you wanted it to be like parallel, mine ended up going like this because she kind of stopped halfway through it. So it was a little crooked. I also want to clarify that like I'm not upset with her about any of this. Like, you know, she was learning. I volunteered. I understood what I was doing. I am not judgy. I have no animosity towards her in any way for any of this. So I was getting a free thing and I was helping a friend. And that's cool. Also, ow. Yeah. But so because, you know, like if it was supposed to go straight across here, you know, mine was like slightly crooked and it was turned. And so as my body was starting to reject it, it was also like coming out unequally. So at one point I just had to take it out. We are everybody, Lego Mojo here is permanent decisions. So I can go back right here. Right there. That is his thing. So if you want to see it, you should tell him, hey, Andreas, start up your Instagram again. Do it again. Yeah, but anyway, so that was how Mayan grew out. So, you know, I think I had it for maybe like 4 years. And then as it just like got really close to growing out, I'm like, I'm just gonna take it out and heal it. And it's fairly healed to this day. Oh, Rain, thanks for gifting the sub. Thank you. Unfortunately, I don't have the events on this one, so we're not getting good crunches here. We're not getting good crunch video. But yeah, so you can tell him to start that up. But, you know, it was a fun thing to do. It was cool. I got to hang out in a tattoo parlor all the time and watch people do a bunch of tattoos. I ended up taking my aunt to that same tattoo parlor, and she got a very beautiful tattoo of a horse. It was actually a unicorn on the flash, and they just took off the horn. But she did get it in like blue, like it was a blue horse with like pink hair or something like that. I can show it to you. Well, maybe you'll get to see it sometime. I'll say, hey, Donna, show us your tattoo. She's the only one of my aunts and uncles that I know of that has a tattoo. So that's pretty cool. Yeah. So that was my thing with that. With hanging out in a tattoo parlor and getting a nipple piercing. And the experience of that. I mean, it's a fun story. It's a fun story. I'm pretty much done with piercings at this point. I still have 3 holes in each ear, but I let like this one I took out. I used to have like cartilage ones up at the top. I let those like grow out. I feel like I probably had other piercings and I just let them go. You know. That's why I prefer tattoos to piercings, because it's like they're there. I don't have to worry about them except for putting sunscreen on them in the summer. and keeping them moisturized if I want them to look good, you know, but that's about it. So any other questions about tattoos, either my tattoos, my tattoo stories, advice or tips or techniques on tattoos and choosing them? You know, I'm by far not an expert because I do not do tattooing myself, but after 23 tattoos, you know, if I were to think about that each of these tattoos, not all of my tattoos took an hour, some were very short. But, you know, the one was 6 hours. So I would say I've probably been tattooed for over 24 hours at this point. So I've had like over 24 hours in a tattoo chair at this point. So I can tell you from my side of things. I mean, aftercare varies wildly tattoo artist to tattoo artist, but have you gotten any since I interviewed you? Sorry if that's what was mentioned. Yes. Quite a few actually. I mean, I got my Princess Mononoke. I forget if I had Nyx's I think I had this one at this point. But I got this one. And then I got the one from Violenta. That one. How exciting is it that she's tattooing again? I already talked to her about coming back and getting a second one. Yeah, so I got that one, and I don't know if I had the Princess Mononoke. The Princess Mononoke and then this ghost were my last two tattoos. So if it's those, if they weren't in your photos, they weren't, I would not have had them. But I feel like those are, I don't know if I had those two. Because if I remember correctly, I think we did the one for your Instagram, and it went up, and then I think like the next week I got like the Princess Mononoke tattoo. So I don't think that shows up because it was weird, or maybe I had like just gotten it because I remember seeing the photos from our shoot and then being like, oh, it's so weird that I have this tattoo on me now that's not there. When I go back and I look at like my early like pinup photos from before I was even doing burlesque, it's like, I look so weird with like not a lot of stuff on it. You didn't. They're new. Cool. Yeah, because it's like this one, this here. I have the sheet somewhere where I did it. My last three were the Devil Ghost, which is up there, the Mononoke, and then this one from Nyx. But I think this one was there when we shot. I think I remember that. Yeah, that's in the photos because I think I even used it. Let's see, in the slideshow. Maybe. I cropped a lot of these, but maybe not. I don't know. Anyway. Okay. It was there. Okay, yeah. So then is the Mononoke and the one for Violenta. Okay, Loki had said, any tips for finally deciding on a tattoo? Yeah, you weren't here when I was talking about it before. The allegory I always talk about tattoos is that I feel a lot of people see tattoos as like virginity, like sexual virginity, where the first tattoo you want to get, you're like, it has to be something with like the deepest of meaning to me, and I want the exact right artist. I'm going to research the artist for years, and you know, it's going to be a big ordeal. I want candles lit. Like, I'm going to do all this other stuff. There's like a huge ceremony to the first one. And that's not me knocking it. Like, your first tattoo is a big deal. You are permanently altering your body. So it's fine for you to want to be very picky, to be like picky and choosy and really things about it. I mean, the one thing I'll say is that like, once you get a tattoo, all you want to do is get more tattoos. It becomes really, really addictive for the most part. Like, very rarely have I met somebody who has one tattoo and that's it. Because it's kind of like, unless it was an experience and you did not like it, it was a bad experience, then maybe you just have one tattoo. But for the most part, everybody I've met who has a tattoo has multiple of them. Because it's just really addictive. Like, you just want to get new ones. It's fun. It's exciting. And like once you've gone through the pain, you get like a good adrenaline rush, like Pringles. Yeah. You want to do it. So that being, yeah, the pain of Pringles, you know, like once you eat a Pringle, you're like, oh, that was so painful. But like now I have an endorphin rush. I can't wait to eat more Pringles. So like if you're deciding on a tattoo, I'd say it's fine if you want it to be super special and you want it to have a lot of importance to you. That's fine. Like I said, my first one did. I'm not going to knock somebody for wanting to have a lot of meaning behind their first tattoo. That's fine. But what I will say is that, like, I'd say don't let it incapacitate you. Because once you get one, you're probably going to want to get more than one. If you're wondering about the design, a good thing to do is like map out the design or get similar ones. And the old school way that they used to say it is like, take the design, put it in an envelope, seal it, like tape it to your wall with the date, and then like a year later open it. And if you still want that, then it's probably worth getting. Like if you, because a lot of times you like think, oh, this is real fun, like I like this band, or I like this cartoon character, or I like this video game character, or I'm really into this one thing right now. And then a year later, it's no longer trendy, or it's no longer a thing you care about, or you don't like the band, or it's become a problematic thing, you know? So like take the design, put it in an envelope, set a date a year from now, tape it up on a board, or like put it on a cork board, or, you know, somewhere. And then a year from now, if you open it up and you still want that design, then go get it done. I think that's a good way to do it. Time is already permanently altering my body, so I shouldn't really let that hold me back. Yeah. So as for like where you want to get it, kind of what we were talking about before is that if you're getting a tattoo on an area that's very soft skin, like delicate skin, thinner skin, if you will, that's going to be a little bit more painful. If you're getting it on an area that has bone, that's going to be a little bit more painful. Keep in mind, like I was saying before, if you're getting something that's like a geometric shape, getting it on an area where the skin is tauter is probably going to be a smarter idea. If you get like something that has to have a specific shape, whether it's like an anime character or a logo or wording or something like that, to get it on a very soft, fleshy part of your body, or a part of your body that may fluctuate with weight, you run the risk of it becoming misshapen as your body changes and alters. But so like, you know, forearms are a good one. Those tend to stay pretty much the same shape. Legs, calves are a good one. A lot of people will get a thigh tattoo because like the front of the thigh, because it's a really nice, big, meaty surface. Like it's a big canvas to choose from. And it's not typically that painful because the thighs carry a good, for most people, I mean, everybody's body is different, but you know, there's a good amount of coating of fat there, and like there's a lot of muscle there, so you're not getting close to bone. But there's that. Another thing to keep in mind is any areas that so like any areas that get a lot of traction, that get touched a lot or get wet a lot, your tattoos are going to fade faster. That's one of the reasons that people that get like knuckle tattoos or like palm tattoos are rarely done, because it's just this part gets rubbed so much from doing things that you'll kind of like the tattoo will just fade really quickly. If you like soak that first tattoo that I got, I don't know if they said this or if I just misheard it and I went home, but they're like, go home and soak it in water. That's the absolute worst thing you want to do, is you want to keep your tattoo like sealed from water for a while. So like people will get like tattoos on their hands and then they like wash dishes a lot, or you wash your hands a lot, you know, so those are just going to fade quickly. Like if you were to get a tattoo on the bottom of your feet, like it's going to fade quicker. Because it's just getting used and stuff like that. So yeah, I'd say that's kind of the suggestions I would say. I don't know if you were here about it before, but any tattoo shop that says that they're going to charge you extra to include color in their tattoo is slightly lying, unless it's like you want, you know, my one that's like my hex sign, because that had like 12 different things of ink, that was like a little bit more, but not even really. It's the same amount of ink, it's just different colors. It's not more expensive to have colors. So any place that says that. I would not say that. I mean, the other option I would say is if there's look into the different styles and genres of tattooing and seeing if there's one that you like more than others, like black and gray, Japanese traditional, old school, and then it gets into like all these different ones, like pop culture, like I can't remember all the terms of them now, but there's like if you watch Ink Masters, they talk about the different genres and schools of tattooing. So I think that's another thing you could kind of say, like, what's the ideas that I like? Like, look at tattoos that you like. Go on Instagram and like look up tattoo artists and see what's the style you like. And then you can try to find an artist in your area that does that style. Or you call the shop and say, like, I want to get a Japanese traditional tattoo. Which of your artists is best, most practiced in that style of tattooing? And then when you go into the shop, most of the tattoo artists will have books at the shop that shows like pictures. It'll have like their flash drawings, and it'll have pictures of like the healed tattoos that they've done on people. Or you just go on their Instagram and look it up. But yeah, that's what I'd say. If you like, you're waiting for scarification. Scarification is almost a different thing. It falls, like, tattoo shops will do it, but there's a lot of tattoo artists that do not consider scarification to be tattooing, because it's a different process. For those of you who don't know about scarification, it's when they specifically cut the skin into patterns so that when the scars form and like bubble up, it creates a cool design. But that's kind of different. Like I said, a lot of tattoo artists don't consider scarification to be the same thing as tattooing. Yeah, but it's cool. But yeah, I mean, the only other thing I'd say to keep in mind is that depending on the color of your skin, you may want to try to find a tattoo artist that can tattoo on the tone of skin, especially for people who may have darker skin. You want to make sure you're working with a tattoo artist that can work with darker skin. A lot of people are not trained to do that. So you want to make sure that you're getting someone who can do it. I would say stay away from any tattoos that have a lot of white in them. White tattoo ink, although it looks really cool in the beginning, fades super quickly on skin. So if you're getting like a tattoo that has a lot of white ink in it, it's not gonna last long. It's not gonna, like my this one had white in it. Here, I can bring it up in the picture here. Like this has no white in it. That's just my skin underneath. So this one had a bunch of white, not a bunch of white, but it did have some white ink in it. And then it was just like, yeah, this isn't really gonna last. But they also said that. They're like, the white's not gonna last, but it looks cool for now. So like, just keep in mind, try to keep sunscreen on it and prevent it from fading so much, but it's gonna do it over time. Okay. Any other questions? Or questions about my tattoos, questions about tattoos in general, tips or hints or techniques or best practices? I am here. If not, then I'm gonna find somebody to raid. No? Okay, cool. But yeah, so thanks for coming and checking out my stream, everybody. If this is your first time, like I said, I stream Monday, Wednesday, Fridays. Yes, thank you. That's the way to say it. Anya has very light skin when it's not in the sun. Anya's so white, she doesn't need white ink. But hey, I am not as pale as other people, so don't even. Yeah, you can go check out Legos. Check out Permanent Decisions on Instagram, and you can see lots of really cool tattoo styles there too. There's a wide variety of the kinds that you can get. But yeah, I'd say you have the options, the two extremes of either really researching it and really paying a lot of attention to it, or just saying like, hey, I think I want something that's like looks like a devil, and go into the thing and say, what are your flash? Cool, I want that. Can you just I would also say, you don't have to be picky, but I'd say if you go in and you're getting something off of a flash sheet, ask if they can slightly alter it so you have a slightly unique tattoo. Even if it's something like with with my mermaid tattoo. Where was it? Oh, wrong direction. Lego, look, you love this one. Genevieve's tattoos. You love the Genevieve tattoos. There you go. Like with this one, she had the design and I was just like, can we slightly alter it so it's like my tattoo design? So it's a little lined up with my aesthetics and it's personalized to me. Yeah, I'd say that's another thing. So you could go in and say, I want what devil tattoos do you have? Look at their different devil tattoos and then, get it personalized a little bit to you. They shouldn't have any problems slightly changing or altering a thing. Make the horns bigger, make the horns curved, make the horns straight, something like that. Something, just personalize it to you a little bit. So you're not just getting flash off the wall. There's nothing wrong with flash off the wall, but I'd say if it's your first, unless you specifically want to have it be like Friday the 13th, where you're just like, okay, whatever, that's what I get. Or you go do the gachapon, you do the vending machine style of it. Okay. Yeah. Well, if there's no other questions or anything like that, so just as a reminder, like I was saying before, if you enjoy my Discord, that's a great place to, like I said, I'm going to post some more stuff in the chat there, in the Twitch chat, or Twitch talk, I think I called it. That's my Instagram. You want to see more stuff of me? I just did some I'm trying to do these reels. I felt like I did a really great cute one, and then offhand I just did a funny one of my cat, and it's like totally blowing my other ones that I worked so hard on out of the water. So if you want to go check out my reels and watch the ones that are not, you could also watch the one of my cat. That's also a really cute one. But okay. Yeah, let's see who we can raid. Yeah, cats. The internet loves cats. So, I shouldn't be surprised. But if you want to see my cat to techno music, that's the way to do it. Go check out my reels. Okay, so let's do Twitch stream settings. Let's see who we can raid right now. Boop 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 boop. Boo doo 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 doo. Okay, people who are streaming right now. We had Harry Horror Show, who's going to be doing something horror. We have Apothecary playing Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. We have Fetchbug doing, I don't know what tonight's Fetchbug stream is, but a Fetchbug stream. We have Attack of the Geo, do not know them, who's playing Showdown. We have the Notchan 1984, who's chatting. They're a fun queer, like fat queer streamer. I do not know what they are talking about though. Or we could look up a specific thing. I don't know. You have one reel and it's destroyed any post I've ever made. Oh, I want to see what your one reel is. What's your reel? See, the thing is, my reels aren't... I've done a lot of reels. See, now you piqued my interest here, Andreas. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, I can also say, if you're in the New York area and you want to go see either Bear Book Club, that's December 14th, I'll be reading A Christmas Carol. I will be reading A Christmas Carol in a way that will allow you to see all of my tattoos at the same time, even the ones that are a bit more in private areas. So if you want to go see that show, Bear Book Club, December 14th, it'll be myself, Betty Brash, Queen Siniera, and Baklava Bomb reading A Christmas Carol, the abridged version in full, the whole Christmas Carol, the Dickens version of it. Okay, so now I gotta check out your one reel. Oh my god. Yeah. Good job, Andreas. That is a very popular reel. Good numbers on it. Good numbers on that one reel. Very good. Reels are wheeled. Wheeled?
Will's all will.
Wheels are wheeled. Wheels are wheeled. Oh, you have a question, Danny. What's your question? These are the ones I can show you if I turn this off real fast. I did like all of these beautiful reels of me doing stuff, and then this one of my cat. Yeah, something happened today and it now has 9,000 views. I didn't even put it on my major profile because I didn't want it to like if you go on my regular profile, it's not visible. You have to click on the little reels button and find it. But yep, there you go. 9,500. So maybe, you know, go to my Instagram and give some of these ones love because they just don't have as much love. And I worked very hard on them, especially this one. This one's so good. It's a nice pep talk. This one, go watch this video. Did you like the song that got voted for? Oh, jeez. This is in relation to K-pop That Pasty, which you can still buy tickets to, I think. It's in my Instagram link tree. In my link tree, you can buy tickets to watch the post stream of it. Did I like the song that I voted for? Yes, I did. Of the 3, I had choreographed 2 of them. I did not choreograph to Cheese. But the song Cheese is very fun. And here's my thought. I want to tell Esmeralda May if I can do K-pop That Pasty again. Depending on when she wants to do it. I want to do it to the song Cheese, but my thought is that I'm going to, during it, I want to eat mac and cheese, and I want to eat a pizza, and I want to maybe eat something else very cheesy during it. That's my cheese. I want to be eating cheese during it. I'm vegan, so it'd be vegan cheese, but I want to be eating cheese during it. That's my goal for it, is like, out of camera, I'll have these different foods, and then when it gets to the chorus, like, no, 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 it's like stretchy cheese. That's the goal. That's what I want to do. So I had not choreographed to the song Cheese. So had it come up, I would have done it. I knew the song. I had listened to it a whole lot to practice for it. But I was really happy that the Dynamite holiday version came through, because that one, I'm like, if that happens, here's the choreography for it, and I get to be like just like happy and fun. Had it been the Issa Lisa one, I would have had to have done it like sexy smoldery, which I can do, but it would have been a very different feel. Like the Dynamite was just like fun. I got to smile and laugh and joke around, so I was very happy with that. Like I said, had I got Cheese, it would have just like, I would have done like some wild stuff. I would have done a lot of like in the camera. But it is fun. Okay. So we had someone saying, I believe that anytime you see someone eating mac and cheese, you feel a little bit happy, because even though it might not be you, at least someone somewhere is eating mac and cheese, and that means happiness exists in the world. Yes, 100%. I agree with that. Macaroni in the pot. I love mac and cheese. As a vegan, I love mac and cheese. All kinds of it. There's 2 different restaurants in New York City that are just mac and cheese restaurants. One's called Smack.
Is Smack still around?
I think Smack's still around. You gotta look it up. Smack is pretty cool. It's kind of like you go in, you choose your noodles. Yeah, still open? You choose the kind of cheeses you want, and then you choose if you want anything's added to it. So I would get like vegan cheese, and then I would typically get broccoli, garlic, and onion in it, I think. And then you have the options like breadcrumbs on top or something. I'm bummed I missed the live show. I got a ticket, but was busy. Oh, no. I'm sorry, Rain. Well, you can hopefully still watch the stream afterwards. So it'll still be that. You just won't be seeing it live. Oh, here's a cat. Oh, this is so Yeah, I was the only live part.
Everything else is gonna be.
The only thing you're missing is you're missing the chat and you're missing getting able to vote for Mayan. But you can know that I voted. Oh, look at those love bites. He loves me. Happy Halloween, Damon. Happy Halloween. Yeah, good, good. I'm glad you have it so you can still watch it. Oh, yeah, so many live shows. Were you at Chris? I don't think you were there either. Light it up like dynamite. Na 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 na. Cheese. Okay. Yeah, well. You can still watch it. It's still fun. There's some really great ones. There was like amazing, I mean, Danny, you can say on it too. There was like an amazing all the stuff Renaissance Noir does is just amazing. They do amazing video editing work. So there's like that, and then there was also there's a whole Sailor Moon group number that was really cool. I don't know. All of it was very cool. All good stuff. So you can get it, like I said, it's in my link tree. If you want to see live shows, like I said, you can come see that one. I also have our Dimension 21. So if you're a big old tabletop nerd, you can watch us do the characters of Dimension 20. We just had one kind of... They've been really great at Dropout. They've been really good at promoting... like retweeting our things, so it's been a good time. Yeah, like yeah, we're getting some good ones, so that'll be a good show. Yeah, like the K-pop shows are fun. It's like a nice mix of like anime nerds and then just like fun things. Esmeralda May's act is so cute. It's so cute. I can't wait for y'all to watch it. It's so cute. I'm gonna have a little kind of cat in the corner there. It's a real cute video for the holidays. So anyway, so you can get that. You can come see some D20 shows. You can buy some virtual shows. You could buy a friend a virtual any of our D20 burlesque shows, because those are like, once you get it, you have it. So if you're looking for a fun, wild Christmas gift, you can buy any of those streamed shows and then just send them the code. You'll get the link and the password in order to stream it. But you could buy somebody a burlesque show for Christmas or for the holidays. I mean, Hanukkah just ended, so you're a little late if you wanted it as a Hanukkah present, but you could. Anyway, just a thought. So yes, that's it. Okay, so if there's nothing else, let's go once again and see who we can raid. There had been a vote for Fetch Bug. We haven't raided Fetch in a while, so I'm up for doing that. If y'all are up for doing that. But I will once again remind you that today was the tattoo tour, just talking. Oh, I can update that now. Yeah, let's update it. I love live updating of my schedule. Oopsies, 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 oopsies. Okay. Okay. So Monday this Wednesday is going to be the tabletop Adventures in 8-Bit City. Super fun. I will give the spoilers for you all. So it's going to be 4 players. We're playing 4 retro video game characters, fighting in an 8-bit city, fighting one of the big bads. I'm playing Simon Belmont from Castlevania. Bear Anatomy is playing the dog from Duck Hunt. Tiana is playing Pac-Man, Mr. Pac-Man, and my wife is playing the Marble from Marble Madness. Night Surfer. It's gonna be super fun. Kirk D'Amato's an amazing GM, and I really look forward to it. We're playing a fate system, like a homebrew fate. So it's gonna be like rock, paper, scissors to decide if you win a situation rather than rolling dice. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be super good, and we're gonna be keeping it PG-13, so kids can watch it too, or like teens could watch it. It's going to be a great time. So that's Wednesday. Then Friday's going to be possibly finishing Kingdom Hearts. That's the goal. Oh, good morning, Surfer. Guten Morgen, meine Freunde. Wie geht's? This is Morgan. Morgan? Yeah. Yeah, so that'll be that. And then upcoming Monday is going to be Queer Jackbox Party Winter Edition. Yay! The return of the Queer Jackbox Party. Chris, if you're still around, if you wanted to be one of the players, let me know. I think I messaged you personally, but we'll figure it out. Anyway, so far on that one, I think we have Taylor Smurl's going to be doing it. We're also doing one on the 20th, which, light it up like dynamite. Hey. We're also going to be doing one on the 20th. That's going to be a charity stream. And that's going to have Taylor Smurl, Agent Wednesday, and some other people. So I will be finalizing those and putting them in the Discord as well as on Twitter and my Instagram. All right, so let's go to fetch. Unless anybody else has anything else to say, I'm going to go do this thing and I'm going to eat some nachos because I didn't get to finish my nachos earlier. It's okay. I'm excited. I don't mind cold nachos. Okay, so we're going to do fetch. We can totally do fetch. Sound good, everybody? Light it up like dynamite. Hey, hey. Na 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 na. Oh. Yeah! Well, good night, everybody. We will see you maybe on Wednesday. Yeah, I'm glad you could stop by too. Thanks, Surfer. Like I said, Wednesday, tabletop. I'm excited. It's gonna be good. Cat's gonna be here. And Rain, if you want to, Rain, do you want to redeem treats on Wednesday? The thing with y'all redeeming these treat streams, these, what are they? Treat streams. Yeah, treat streams. Is sometimes I'm eating dinner right before I stream, and then y'all get me food, and that's wonderful and great. Ah, good luck with your booster, Danny. Which kind are you getting? Do you know? I now have Pfizer and Moderna in me. Okay, cool. So if you're gonna redeem on Wednesday, I know I will not eat a big meal then. So we'll do that. Okay. Ah, Moderna. Congrats. Dolly Parton. Get that Dolly Parton juice in you. Oh, so you had Pfizer before, now you're getting Moderna? Cool, we're switched. I had Moderna and then I got Pfizer as my booster. Yeah, get that Dolly Parton juice in you. That good old Dolly juice. I want to go to Dollywood so badly, everybody. I can't wait to go. I just want to go so bad. Anyway, we're digressing. Okay, so we're gonna go raid fetch. You know the hype. We already put it. Dolly Parton's amazing. She got one of People's People of the Year this year. I was watching on her Instagram, her little behind the scenes thing. Oh, I have it as a thing here. So those are raid messages. Either with the hype or with the little Peachy Peach. Yeah. Yeah, just get your rest. Moderna does tend to seems Moderna does kick more butt than the other ones. So make sure you're drinking a lot of water before. Make sure you're drinking a lot of water after. Make sure you're moving your arm a lot. Once you get that shot in you, get that circulation going. And, you know, take yourself easy. Rest. Yeah. I mean, if you come check out the stream, cool. If you're going to be taking care of yourself, that's cool too. Okay. Let's get this going. I could just keep talking all night, but let's get Fetchbug going here. I don't know what they're talking about, but we're going to do it. Okay. Oh, they're also talking about my tattoos? That's what my wife said. How wild. What a weird, interesting thing. In 2 weeks, I'm getting a shot of... Oh, nice! I didn't get the HPV vaccine, and I'm not allowed to get it because I'm too old. I want the HPV vaccine. They won't let me. Good to see you, Surfer. Have a good night, everybody. Z got it. Very good. Okay, cool. Let's do the raid, and I'll see y'all later. Goodbye. Thanks for sticking around. Have a good night. See you on Wednesday for tabletop or oh, Chris, you're getting it tomorrow? Oh, congrats. Drink a lot of water, 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 and move your arm a lot. And chat with me. I think I have D&D at night, but I'm there for you if you need someone to just be whiny to if you don't feel good. Okay, we're gonna do the raid. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you for sticking around, for those of you who stuck around the whole time, and I will see you later. See you on Wednesday for tabletop, Friday for Kingdom Hearts, Monday for Queer Jackbox, and I bid you adieu.
If they're related. Jacob, I'll get back to you if I can think of any. I'm sorry, I've not been listening to any, and the one that I used to like, the host changed and it was a big old mess. Hello, Raiders, welcome! Welcome, Raiders! Hi, tis I, Fetchbug. Welcome to More Too Scary, where I talk true crime, death, and dying, the paranormal, the